And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
The field was initially divided into 32 groups, featuring 4 players each. All matches in the round-robin phase are best of 4, so a draw is possible. Every group winner progressed, as they will in the tournament's second phase, eventually leaving a total of 8 title contenders through to the closing day of the event next Wednesday. There, the 2 third-stage table toppers clash in the best-of-5 frame silverware decider. Group B today features former Scottish Open champion Lei Pei Fan, Zach Surety, Liu Hongyu, and the Yorkshireman who last night blocked Zhao Xintong's path, David Grace. First up, Grace faces Lei Pei Fan. Don't forget, every ball potted on Table 2 is available to stream on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on Table 1, China's Pang Junzhu, England's Ian Burns, Iran's Hossein Vafai, and 2023 world champion Luca Brissell will ensure a very watchable Group A. Starting things off, it is Burns against the highest-ranked player and therefore the top seed in the group, Pang. Getting the ball rolling behind the microphone, I'm very pleased to be joined by Stephen Hallworth.
Good morning, Phil. Morning, everybody. So, Phase 2 begins the business end, it starts to feel like now. Just 32 players remain in the hunt for the first ranking title of the new season. Now the field has been whittled down. Not long to go. One more day's play to give yourself a shot at a ranking title.
Ian Burns has only played Pang Junzhu on one occasion, and Burns was the winner 4-2 in the first round of the Northern Ireland Open. Made a 97 break to clinch. He loves something similar here. In the first stage, he came through Group 2, and he did so very impressively, 9 points out of 9. He beat Jamie O'Neill 3-0, Jeff Cundy 3-0, and then a bloke called Hallworth 3-1.
Yeah, he played well. He was the best player in our group, to be fair. Red hot, scorching day as well. Conditions were tough, as they're going to be today. But I was chatting to Ian a few moments ago on the practice table. Now you'll see it as we go along in this game. He's got an incredibly bad back. He's twinged it, he says, picking something up off the floor this week actually. And he said the 5 minutes practice he's done on the practice table this morning was the most he's done all week. What bearing will that have today? We'll find out.
A real occupational hazard when it comes to snooker players, when it comes to most occupations, actually. Tom Ford had to pull out with a bad back as well. Yeah, he does look very gingy when he gets down, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's taken an age to actually get onto the cue. He's just doing everything he can to protect that strain. I think once he's in position, he'd be okay. But it's just a little bit unnatural, isn't it? It's not his usual pre-shot routine.
On the miss, and there's 4.
Well, 2 4-point penalty gifts from Pang. Yeah, with Ian Burns, I suppose the only injury that's more impactful for a snooker player would be a neck injury, because that really does affect how you get down on the shot, how you sight, how you actually cue. But we have to feel sympathy for him.
I mean, if you lost your eyesight, that wouldn't be ideal.
No, absolutely not, no. There was a snooker pro many years ago who had an injury. He was riding a roller coaster, and it was quite violent, the roller coaster, and sustained a neck injury, and consequently his career was basically over.
That's what he tells himself as he cries himself to sleep every night, Phil. No, it is true, and you actually take for granted your body, really, playing snooker, because it's a position that is quite unnatural to get into, and the second you feel a little niggle anywhere, you notice it massively.
1.
Anyway, Pang Junzhu will care very little for Ian Burns' problems. He's here to do a job.
And Pang hoping for a better start than the one he made in Group 15 in the first phase. He was 2-0 down to David Lilley in his first match, but he fought hard characteristically to get the draw. Then he beat Fergal Quinn 3-0. And in the end, a 2-all draw against
9.
Luo Zetao was enough to top the group.
But he's a player that has enjoyed success in this Championship League. This format seems to suit him. He got to the final group last year, didn't he? Eventually missing out on the final day to the eventual champion, Stephen Maguire.
16.
I think the way he plays is perfectly suited to this kind of format, actually. Nothing seems to worry him too much. Seems quite even-tempered.
17.
Very measured. Doesn't do anything hastily. And he's always well prepared. Extremely dedicated.
He is. He's one of the biggest practices I've ever seen, actually. But at the time I thought, and this was a few years ago now, when I used to play at the academy in Sheffield,
24.
I actually thought he was over-practicing, and some of the things he was doing I just thought was a nonsense, but paid off now. That's why he's out there and I'm sat here. I once went for a game with Nop on at the academy, arrived at about 9:30 in the morning. We played all day till 5 PM. He was already there at 9:30 doing a lineup, and he was still there doing that same lineup when I left. That is a serious amount of dedication.
And it's paying off this season, no doubt. In the China Open qualifiers before this event began, he won both of his matches against Dylan Emery 6-0 and Fan Zhengyi 6-4. And he also qualified for the Wuhan Open, beating Oliver Sykes 5-3 in that match, making a couple of centuries.
.33.
Pretty good break builder, Stephen, and because of that, because of his methodical pace, when he's at the table scoring, your table time as an opponent is severely restricted.
It is, yeah, and we often talk about the rhythm of players out there, and a lot of people would look at Pang Junzhu and say that he has no rhythm, but actually he does. He's got the perfect rhythm for his game. His rhythm is just a little slower than others, and it doesn't necessarily look as attractive as some other players, but it's perfect for him. I think if you was to look up the definition of steady in the dictionary, it would just say Pang Zhengzhu. Pretty sure of it. That's exactly what he is. He's very, very steady.
$46. $47.
Definitely think he's got the credentials to win the whole thing.
4.
He's been close to capturing a ranking title in this very building, actually. Early 2023, he reached his first ranking quarter-final at the German Masters. Shortly after, he went to the semi-final of the Welsh Open. And then hot on the heels of that, he made the final of the WST Classic in this venue, losing out to Mark Selby in the end for the title.
$63.
Pretty tidy start, this.
70. Fold. You go 70. And
Well, he potted frame ball, but the frame remains alive. Yeah, 66 behind Ian Burns, 67 on.
A little unlucky there, Pang. Clearly no consideration to where the cue ball was going from potting the red. It was just all his focus, all his eggs in one basket. Still in obviously a commanding position in this frame, but there is just a glimmer, isn't there? For Ian Burns, there's enough on this table, nothing safe.
The other thing, though, when you're carrying an injury is that obviously you're inhibited. And it gets in the mind, feeling aggrieved about the fact you can't play to 100%. There's nothing wrong with that one at all, and this frame might have just changed its complexion.
Oh, that's a lovely piece of cueing from Ian. Now, the angle is fairly low on this black. I just wonder if he can nip into the cue ball and cannon the red that's on the pink. That could be a way to hold. Or can he just float it through and hold anyway? He's got into it too much. That's not great. He could have done with missing that red.
Burns 8. One.
Gets to pot frame ball for the second time in the match. So this qualifies as a very good start from Pang.
7 in the frame. Punch resume.
In fact, Ian Burns has conceded with Pang at the table, and so with a break of 70, and it was a really solid effort, Pang leads 1-0. Now over on table 2 right now, it's another Chinese player against the hero from yesterday, David Grace, who prevented Zhao Xintong being involved today. Grace needed a draw in his last match against Zhao to win the group. He was 2-1 down. And bear in mind, Zhao Xintong made a 139 break in the first frame. He was 2-1 down, was Grace. Zhao was in the balls. He missed a very simple red. And it was Grace who crossed the line.
Well, what about that first shot? How well does he judge that one? I just wonder how much of a help it will be for David Grace today. He'll be brimming with confidence having come through that tough group yesterday. Never won a group at the Championship League either, which might come as a surprise to some people, but it just goes to show how cutthroat this format can be. Could be a danger today, you know. There's no easy groups now, though. They're all tough players. They've all won a group. They're here for a reason.
Wow, and a miss.
Yes, and when I interviewed him last night, he was telling me that it was only about an hour before his last match he realised he was playing again today. If he won the group, and of course he did. So, yeah, Zhao Xintong was unbeaten. 2 wins and a draw, the same as Grace. So they both finished on 7 points, but Grace had a slightly better frames, 1 lost record.
Well, that will annoy Pang. He won't show it, but it will inside. He got nowhere near that red, and that's a proper practice table red, that one. You spend hours and hours playing that sort of shot because you know that you're going to get left it from the break off. So what can Burnsy do?
1.
Can he find his cueing arm and a little bit of rhythm?
As we mentioned before in the first frame, when he's down on the shot, he looks as though he can deliver. That's fine. It's just getting down there must be quite painful.
Six. Seven. $14. $15.
course, Hossein Vafai, who we're going to see a little later today in our second match, actually, against Luca Brissell. He sustained a shoulder, neck injury while competing at the Championship League here a couple of years ago. And it definitely held him back in his career for quite some time, but now that he's under control and he's playing good snooker again. Well, I said the Vafai injury was sustained here. That's maybe a little dramatic. He just woke up one morning and it was there.
That's what the Mattioli Arena does to players. It's crippling, spending all year here. Oh, that cannon has gone wrong. Wanted to catch the other half of that red. He's caught the right half. He can still keep this break going, but it's going to be difficult now. This red is very thin to middle. Could take it to the green pocket. Like it's going to be the middle. In and out of bulk. Well played. Good shot.
39.
Yeah, I was impressed the way he played in the opening group phase. He's down at 76th in the world. So going deep here would be very helpful indeed. Well, he was stretching there. Obviously, the back was an issue because you saw him grab it as he left the table. When you're stretching and your body's a little contorted like that, if you've got some kind of niggle or worse, that's when it's going to show up.
Yeah, that's disappointing, isn't it? Because he was going along nicely there, was Ian Burns. Just got himself back in to prime position with his cue ball, having chased it for a moment. So what can Pang do with this chance? Needs to get into those reds at some point, sooner rather than later. And hasn't he played it well? Brilliant shot.
8.
Good example there of how to play an awkward pack split. Screwing off them, half ball, helps. But with reverse side on the cue ball to keep it in the middle of the table rather than screwing back to this top cushion. Lovely control.
Yeah, and the other thing with Pang is that he's got really laser-like concentration. That means when he's in, he often stays in. You have to admire his work ethic.
Absolutely, because it's not easy to do that, you know, and especially with snooker, an individual sport, the onus is on you to be dedicated. You get as much out of the game as you put into it. So to do those relentless, tedious hours of practice at times where it really is tough, trust me. but he'll want that one back.
Yeah, the gap was clear and obvious there, so that was a blunder.
One. Three. Four.
Well, it's an awkward little shot, this. And the green is the one that he wants. And the two cushion route, he'll need to be mindful of that pink covering the red to right corner. Just doesn't want to get into it too much. And in a way, he's erred on the side of caution completely there. Can't blame him for that.
7.
Make sure of the green, give yourself a shot at the red. One good strike and he's back in. Yeah, well played.
8.
Yeah, doing really well here as his Lepe fan on table 2. Looks like he's going to win the first frame. David Grace needs snookers. Well, from here, it should be a Burns equaliser.
15. Sixteen. 23.
Unlike Pang, Burns in those qualifiers before this event began didn't do all that well. He did win a match in the China Open against Simon Blackwell, but then lost to Stuart Bingham. Mind you, he gave Bingham a fight, only losing 6-4. And then in the Wuhan Open, he lost his first match to Ashley Carty.
Yeah, which again highlights how important this event could potentially be, in a way, to just kick-start his season.
30.
He got past the first hurdle, winning his first group. say, through gritted teeth.
31.
But it's a chance, isn't it? And the prize money can soon mount up now.
Yeah, it's a really important point, actually. If you win the second stage group, it's £4,000. You've already earned £3,000 for winning the first stage group. Missing the blue does not matter. With a 57-point lead and only 35 on, Ian Burns walked away from the table knowing that Pang would concede, and indeed that's the case. So, 2 frames played so far today. They have been shared. And I can confirm that Lepe Fan won the first frame from David Grace on the other table. Very attractive match coming up next, Stephen. You and Mark Davis, our new commentator, will be going through Hossein Vafaei against Luca Brissell.
Looking forward to it. 2 proper players. I think question marks of Luca have been raised over the past couple of seasons, but it's good to see him back, and actually he looks to be in a good place. I've kept an eye on his social media when he's been updating it, and he's working with Chris Henry, who's a well-renowned coach on the World Snooker Tour and in other sports. So hopefully he's reignited that spark for the game, and if he's back playing well, then it's a treat for us all, even us players, because we all love watching Luca play well.
Yes, if he gets back to form, it's good for him, it's good for snooker in general. No doubt about that, because he has a real appeal, the Belgian.
But so does Hossein Vafaei, and that's why that game is going to be great to look forward to, because he's back playing some really good snooker. I thought the back end of last season for Hossein, he finished it really well. Good run out in the World Open, and then of course got to the quarterfinals in Sheffield, and he looked brilliant, didn't he?
He most certainly did.
Third frame, Pang Junzhu to break.
So breaking off in the third frame, Pang Junzhu, one of 8 Chinese players through to the second stage. England provides 12. Wales and Scotland 3 each. Hong Kong 2. And then 1 player from Iran, Thailand, Ukraine and Belgium. The black over the pocket, very enticing. But to access that, he's got to knock in a really good red here. And we've seen time and time again, if you catch that near jaw on the way through to that pocket, or indeed the opposite top corner, you've got no chance of the ball going. Three things he wanted to do there. Obviously pot the red. Secondly, leave the other red close to the pocket, which he's done. And thirdly, to obtain position on the blue. Again, box ticked. Black. Refusing the blue though, because he wants to clear that pocket. And go into the reds at the same time. But he flicked off them more than he wanted.
8.
One of those shots where, from our standpoint, the gap doesn't seem there to pot the red close to the pocket, and it's not an easy pot anyway.
must be so tight. He's had a good old look at it, hasn't he? He's doing the right thing here. If there's any crumb of doubt in your mind over a shot, your gut feeling is often correct. Sometimes players can just look long and hard at something that isn't actually there.
The second stage will take place over 4 days. Today, tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, before the finals day on Wednesday.
Well, that cue ball drawing has helped Pang Zhu, but Ian Burns has got sight at this long red to left corner. But that moment of dread when you strike it and you're watching the cue ball travel down the table and you know it's going to be a thick contact and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, having missed that red, he could have left the cue ball in a lot worse place. From his perspective.
One.
Well, he's played that too well, in fact. That cue ball seemed to race up the table, didn't it? I thought for a moment the line was perfect for pink or blue, but on it travelled.
Yeah, there is air conditioning in the venue, but it's still quite warm. And I think, considering that, the tables are played very nicely. There's always the danger when there's lots of humidity that they're going to get heavy. Yes, they've been tight, there's no doubt about that, but in terms of cue ball manoeuvrability, that is never left.
Is there air conditioning in the venue?
Well, I think so. A limited amount, I think.
Yeah, any chance of it being turned on if there is, because it's incredibly warm out there on the arena floor. Trust me.
Four.
Yeah, this was the red that was causing Ian Burns a delay in terms of getting on the black. Didn't want to play the black until this red was removed, and now it's more of a conventional chance. High value colours all in play. When he pots this, the black spot will be available. That's why he wanted this one.
Turn.
If you're just joining us, Ian Burns is doing well here. He's got a sore back, basically, as Stephen Hallworth told us. As he told Stephen, he bent over to pick something up off the floor and tweaked the back. Hasn't been able to practice for a few days because of that. And I think when he's using the rest, certainly when he's playing shots where he has to try and reach unnaturally, I think that's when he's susceptible. When he's off balance, maybe.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, when you could see his reaction when he left the table, he almost didn't want to get up because it was painful to do so.
One. Eight.
Of course, we're party to the information that Burns isn't 100%, but I don't think Pang is. Well, for the second time in this match, he's missed a ball that is quite surprising.
Yeah, it didn't look like he could miss it thick, that red. Where the cue ball finished, I thought thin was the only way. Perhaps he chucked a little bit of side on the cue ball to turn it over and turned it too much. What a surprising miss. And what a let-off for Burnsy.
One.
Didn't get the cue ball out of balk, so a little dab in behind yellow seems favourite to me, especially
Yellow.
where the reds are. Play that nicely.
Burns one.
Yeah, it looks a nothing shot, that, doesn't it, to the general eye, but takes a very delicate touch on these ultra-fast reactive cloths. Very easy to either not reach or hit the yellow 6 inches.
Or, once in a blue moon, to catch a slate and see that white just banana off.
Yeah, that can happen. It shouldn't, but it can. There is a slate line pretty much where the cue ball is right now, just beneath, an inch or so beneath the balk line. And if it's not absolutely flush, it can catch that, deviate, and make it look a little bit silly.
Excellent. An excellence also from Leipzig fan on the other table. Currently on a 60-plus break, steaming towards a 2-0 lead over David Grace. Pang Junsu, world number 25, Ian Burns, 76. The other two players in this group, Luca Brissell, 44. Hossein Vafai, 28. Well. Now that really was a turn-up. Tell you what, though, with Pang, he's prone to throwing in the odd mystery shot at times.
Very nice cueing from Ian Burns. Again, a proper practice shot, that. I dread to think the amount of those over a season you would set up on the practice table and knock in. More than you could shake a stick at anyway. What could he do with it? Already nicely in front. Can he see out this frame? And really, from how Pang started this match, this has been quite some turnaround from Ian Burns. All things considered. But still plenty of work to be done with this table.
While he's contemplating, I can tell you Lepe Fan does lead David Grace 2-0. He made a break of 76 in the second frame.
Nine.
Well, if he takes these, what was 3 reds, now the 2 reds beneath the pink with black, so we 54 in front, 59 on. So we'll need 1 more red.
$16. $17.
And really the 4 reds that are awkward are pretty much in lockdown. So he's holding all the cards in this frame, is Ian Burns.
24. $25.
Not the desired kiss,
31.
but as Stephen said, for Pang to salvage this frame, he's got to produce some really good snooker from here. Not like the table is wide open. The colours, they are, but not the reds.
And Burns 31.
And Burns, he wants to keep it that way. Well, any kind of contact on the red that's been left hanging in the jaws, we'll see it go in. And that's frame ball.
1.
A colour and 1 more red would be very nice to make absolutely sure.
And Burns 1.
So Pang will battle on. 54 behind, 51 on the table. He needs a snooker.
One.
Surely Pang will concede now. Indeed he does. And so, after being 1-0 down to Pang's 70 break in the first frame, Ian Burns, bad back and all, has come back to lead 2-1. At the very least, the lowest ranked player in the group is guaranteed a draw from his first outing. Oh, and we show up on table 2 just in time to see Lepe fan player a beauty.
Yeah, what a shot he's played there, by the way. High on the black. You've got to catch that pack perfect. There's always a specific point on a red that you'd like to find. That just allows the pack to completely collapse and open up
16.
as they have. Beautiful shot. Looking strong, isn't he? The former Scottish Open champion. Was here bright and early practicing. Putting the hours in, getting ready for today's play. Again, a player that definitely recognises this Championship League as a good opportunity early doors in the season. You know, we speak about the prize money and how it builds. I was just looking, Phil, if you win phase 1 and then you win phase 2, you're guaranteed at least £8,000 from this. That's like qualifying for a big China event, which seems a huge deal, doesn't it? So that's how serious this tournament has to be taken. I'll say you're guaranteed at least 8 because you win 3,000 for winning phase 1, 4,000 for winning phase 2, and you're on a minimum of 1,000 for finishing last place in the group in phase 3, with the chance to earn more.
$25. $31.
Good feeling in this format to be 2-0 up and nicely in the balls in the next frame as well.
32.
Obviously you want to get off to a winning start, but to win 3-0's the added bonus. Mind you there, cue ball under the side cushion. This black could so easily be missed. Lovely job.
39.
Lepe fan is one of 13 ranking event winners through to the second stage. So more than half of the field remaining are striving to win their first world ranking title. Now then, Pang has to do what he did in the first stage, which is to salvage a couple of draws. He was 2-0 down to David Lilly, drew 2 each, stayed in the mix. He was 2-1 down to Luo Zetao, and again, got the draw, and ultimately that's why he got the verdict in the group. Get a point here, and then improve as the day goes on.
One. Yellow. And Burns 1.
Took a chance there with the safety, didn't want to just chip the yellow towards a rail and get a good cue ball on the ball cushion. Tried to keep the yellow in play and get the cue ball side cushion in behind the brown. But that was a nice shot that Pang's just played. He's used the other red next to it
1.
as a guide, just to get back up the table. Great vision.
Not as played. So, I can tell you, Leipe Fan is going to beat David Grace 3-0. That is certain. He's on a break of 84 as we speak.
Oh, look at that. How often does that happen? The red you play, it just seems so unlikely that you'll leave it if you get close to it. You could never have predicted that would track up the rail and be hanging for Ian Burns, but that's
1.
how the game works at times. He's missed a couple of bad reds, hasn't he, in this game, Pang Zhengzhou, when he's been nicely in. Perhaps the game there has just punished him. The balls have just punished him.
Yeah, the red he potted from mid-distance as well when he went directly and off. These two have something in common. Both former Rookies of the Year, obviously, some years apart. I remember when Ian Burns won that, he deserved it. It was a decent start to his career. But Pang's rookie season was far better. He got to 3 ranking event last 16s in his debut year. European Masters, UK Championship, Welsh Open, beating the likes of Barry Hawkins, Stephen Maguire, Mark Allen and Ding Junhui. That's wonderful for a rookie. But losing this match would be a massive setback.
Yeah, and although these players are placed in the group in seeding order, Pang being the top seed, Ian being the 4th seed, I think the seedings can almost go out the window for this second phase, because they're all group winners. They could all be the top seed. So it's a little misleading in a way. I know it's worked on rankings, but they're all well good enough to beat one another. But either way, this would be a big, big result for Ian Burns, because it's the first match of the day. Get your day off to a good start. Get the 3 points in the bag.
Yes, and as we've mentioned, it would be Pang's first defeat of the season.
Beautifully weighted safety shot. Lovely line, lovely length. Head scratcher for Pang Zhengzhou. Does he contain it? Does he try and get back to balk, or does he pull the trigger? He's got options. And after a series of favourable flicks, I don't think he's left anything.
Lei Pei Fan 3, David Grace 0. We knew that. Lei finished off with a break of 97, so if any of the places come down to high breaks, that could be useful. And that was very useful.
1.
Well, considering the discomfort he's in, I think he's played very well.
Yeah, me too. And at first glance from the long red attempt from Pang, I thought he hadn't left anything, not straightforward anyway, but Burnsy dealt with the red along the top cushion quite well, in fact.
8.
Very easily. This has been a brilliant performance from Ian Burns so far. Now can he put the finishing touches to it? Maybe he's having everyone on,
13.
Phil. Maybe he hasn't got a bad back. It was a ploy to get in the heads.
Or, beware the injured snooker player.
Snooker players will do anything, won't they, to get the win? Anything at all. Oh, but he'll be so disappointed with that.
And Burns 14.
So disappointed. What a chance he's just messed up. And in the process, clearly it was tight from that overhead, but he's brought the black into play as well. And another red.
1.
Don't know about you, Stephen. Maybe it's just my imagination, but stage 2, the first match we've seen on table 1, the intensity levels feel higher, don't they?
Well, it's not your imagination, it's because they are. The stakes have risen.
9.
And we might have just seen one of the worst positional shots we'll see all day. That was a shocker.
It's been a really strange match from Pang. That I was saying he's very reliable in amongst the balls, and on 2 or 3 occasions he's been unreliable.
9.
Yeah, his level has just dropped a fraction from actually what we're used to seeing from him now. But that will not be Burns' problem to consider. He's got to try and capitalise on that. Make the most of it.
Up in the players' room, I know it's very early in the piece, very early in the day. But maybe Luca Brissell and Hossein Vafai will be keeping their eye on this and hoping for a draw. It would certainly be to their benefit. Pang wasn't quite sure whether the cue ball would make the journey there. It has, but he wanted the white to travel a little more than it did. Another golden opportunity for Ian Burns to claim a full 3 points.
5. One.
Not a great angle on this black. Probably just ever so slightly the wrong side of straight. You can see it's just taking the cue ball into this top cushion, or if he goes low, it's taking it into the pink. Can he nip into it? He's had to take his medicine. Red to middle. Just looking at the scoreboard, I suppose if he could leave an angle from potting this red on the pink to disturb the 2, that could be an option. Yeah, good chance to play that now.
9.
Nice line from the pink into the 2 reds, and trust a little to luck.
Yeah, he actually looked away as though he was disgusted by that. But I think, yeah, getting into the 2 is definitely still available. Might be just a hair thinner than he wanted. Well, he was fine in terms of making the collision. But you wouldn't fancy this kind of red down the top cushion on any table, Stephen, let alone this one.
Yeah, no chance. There's no way he'll be playing that red.
15.
He's not got a straightforward safety at first glance. If he chips off the red beneath the pink, he'll want to make sure that red comes back across and away from that left corner. Yeah, that's okay. No damage done.
And Burns 15.
Another chance then. Not something I often associate with Pang Zhengzhou. Poor safety shots, but there's been a number of them. Just wonder if Ian could stun into the red on the top cushion, hope for a half ball flick. No, he's just, again, played a measured game.
1.
Take the pot, take the points. Well, in fact, he's well in front in this frame, so he's absolutely done the right thing. If he pots the black, he's 30 in front. Red and high value colour is enough.
So, the penultimate red, and presumably black. And Pang will need a snooker. But don't get the impression this is easy, this one. And he's been a little susceptible when he's been using the rest and stretching over.
That's a great shot.
9.
As you said, they're a little bit deceptive, them. Very easy to catch that all wrong. He pured it. And now pots this pink to leave Pang needing snookers.
Ian Burns has played decently. Pang's played below his normal level. I think it's fair to say that, Stephen. And that's why we're looking at a 3-1 win for the Englishman. Oh, especially now. And especially now.
16.
Yeah, you don't mind them at all. Prolonged period of pain, potentially, with Pang playing on for snookers, but that won't happen now. Great result this for Ian. Having barely practiced all week, he doesn't need the practice. He's a machine.
And Burns 23.
Well, if he's been in pain, that's a nice tonic. Yeah, I'm not surprised Pang's continuing.
And Burns.
Oh, he's not continuing. He walked around the table very slowly there, gave the impression he was going to try and carry on for what was a lost cause, really. And so, Ian Burns, he's not been practicing, but he won the match anyway. Look how he's getting down to pick up his equipment. Boy, that was a dogged display considering the pain he's clearly in. Ian Burns beats Pang Junzhu 3-1. Next up on table one, very attractive contest between Hossein Vafai and Luca Brissell.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So phase 2 of the BetVictor Championship League well underway, and here's what we've got in store. Groups A and B played across tables 1 and 2, and first result of the day has been chalked up on our feature table. Ian Burns, the 4th seed in this group, playing with a terribly bad back, in fact. He's been hobbling around the table, but he managed to hobble his way to a 3-1 win over the top seed Pang Zhengzhou, so 3 points in the bag for Ian Burns. Over on table 2, it was a great start for former Scottish Open champion Lei Pei Fan. 3-0 victor over David Grace, who yesterday stopped the chances of Zhao Xing-tong. Up next on our feature table, a very, very attractive match between two very attacking players. Hossein Vafaei, the Prince of Persia, taking on the 2023 champion of the world, the Belgian bullet, Luca Brissell. Quick little dip into table 2. The second game of the session has started over there. Zach Surety came through late last night in a final frame decider pretty much against Matthew Selt. Made a break of 1-3-6 to book his place into phase 2. He's up and running and in control of the first frame against Lu Hongyu. Remember, table 2, as always, available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So Hossein Vafaei gets us underway. I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box with Mark Davis. Mark, great to have you with us. How have you been? What have you been up to? What's happening in the life of Mark Davis?
Hi, Steve. Yeah, thanks for having me. Not much. Obviously, fell off the tour this year, so just trying to get my head around that after 35 years. But yeah, it's been okay. Still been busy. A lot of coaching, and just kind of not 100% decided what I'm going to do going forward, playing wise. But give it a bit more thought and see how we go.
The coaching is quite a key thing you mentioned there. A lot of players, in recent times have been dabbling in the coaching industry, and I've seen you've been doing a few courses as well, haven't you? It's something that you want to pursue?
It is. I started a couple of years ago just in the club because people in the club were asking me, and it's not really something I did before. But I thought, why not? I'm in there anyway. So it's just sort of started there, and then it just gradually sort of done more and more of it. And yeah, I've done the WPBSA course, just done the Chris Henry course. So, it's all right playing, but there's a lot more to coaching than playing. It's slightly, there's a lot of different variables going on. So, yeah, just something I want to build up and do a lot more of in the future, I think.
Well, for what it's worth, 35 years of professional experience on the tour is worth its weight in gold, I can assure you.
14.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I like to think so. I do know the game quite well. Just unfortunately, I can't play it very well anymore. But yeah, look, I quite enjoy it actually more than I thought I would initially. So yeah, look forward to see where that goes with it, and hopefully work with some tour players at some point. Hopefully. Going on to this game, shouldn't take too long. Two absolutely great, very attacking players.
22.
Should be a really good match. Both very heavy scores.
23.
In terms of the overall head-to-head between the pair, first met back in 2015. That went the way of Brissell. They've met 3 times, most recently at the 2025 English Open. That also went the way of Brissell. He leads 3-0 in that head-to-head. So Hossein Vafai, albeit in a much shorter format, this event, will be looking to get one over the Belgian Bullet today. In fact, it's not just the 3-0 that Brissell leads that head-to-head, it's the manner in which he's won those games. Hossein Vafai has only ever taken 4 frames off Luca. But both players, different sort of feel around them at the minute. Luca Brissell almost on a bit of a resurgence, isn't he? He needs to do something with his ranking anyway, make a bit of a statement. There's been a lot of talk surrounding Luca Brissell. Where's he gone? He looks to be back in a good place with his snooker, back practicing hard and working with his coach Chris Henry, so perhaps that will bring out the best in him again. Because let's be honest, Mark, the game needs a Luca Brissell. Even as players, we like to see him playing well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
37.
I've seen some amazing snooker players over the years, and the way they've played, the attacking manner. But you know, the year he won the World Championships, and even more so to a degree, I think it was a couple of years ago he played Ding in the second round, and that match I've just never seen snooker like it. The attacking manner and where he was playing, and it was just incredible. And I think he carried that on to the first session against Judd in the quarterfinal, if I remember rightly. That was just incredible. I've never seen snooker like it. He's amazing to watch, absolutely brilliant. And yeah, the game would be better off having Luca, you know, playing well, playing what he's capable of. And like I say, I think if he's working with Chris, he knows him really well, being from Belgium. So hopefully he can get back to where he was a couple of years ago.
Well, back to the present day. That was a bit of a horror show from Hossein Vafai. The pack split from the blue has gone badly wrong. In the process, he's brought reds into play for Luca. So first glance at Luca Brissell today. Came through phase 1 unfazed. Maximum of 9 points. Mitchell Mann, Deng Ha Wei, and Aaron Hill, who was the top seed in that group. So to go unbeaten tells us that his game is in a good place.
Five.
And this format offers up a bit of a different dynamic to conventional snooker. The fact that Ian Burns got the win, and with it 3 points, both players will be going for the win in this one. Obviously,
11.
they need the 3 points to keep in touch.
$12.
You know, the reds are really nice here, but you can only really work with the pink at the moment, so it shouldn't be a problem for, you know, Luca's cue ball control and his class. But he could potentially get on the blue at some point, but I think he'll be focusing on the pink right now. It does slightly limit the options.
19.
As I say, a player with Luca's class with the reds the way they are, this is has to be said, a really good chance.
Well, the first frame on table 2 has just concluded in dramatic fashion. Zach Surety, when we joined, was well in control, well in front, but Lu Hongyu is cleared to the black to burgle the opening frame. there's been a lot of snooker played over the last 16 days, Mark, and a lot of players look at this event as quite a long-winded tournament, but the reality of it is, to win this tournament, you're playing for 3 days. And I think now we're at the sort of, it's starting to feel like the business end. The matches are going to come thick and fast.
Yeah, you're playing a lot of snooker. I mean, you know, it does go on a while. I mean, I quite like it early in the season, you know, particularly for the new players on the tour. They get a chance to play a minimum of 3, you know, really competitive matches. When they're new on the tour, they're trying to get their, you know, their bearings a bit of being a professional. So I kind of like it, if nothing else, for that reason. And it's always early in the season as well, which is good. But as you say, it's a lot of snooker being played, and you know, it's a tough event. Slightly different format, obviously, than what you usually do, the group stages.
$33.
Well, this possibly now is where the hard work begins for Luca Brissell. He's got himself back into this frame. The obvious problem ball is that red by the black. How does he get that in play?
I mean, you could potentially try and play a cannon here off the green. Not saying he will, or the brown. I think he's going to play for the loose red. It was an option, but I don't blame him for playing for the loose red if he's gone far enough. Which I don't think he has.
44.
From that camera angle, it doesn't look like he has, so that's end of break. But right back in the frame. Just playing a good safety now, because in this scenario, you're not 100% sure where the reds are going to go. So just got to be a little bit careful here, just focusing too much on getting the white into baulk without paying attention to where the red's going to go. Yeah, so he's played. Yeah, he hasn't gone for distance. Yeah, very good shot. A lot of people are just obsessed with getting distance on the cue ball and object ball. In reality, you don't have to do that. He's played that really well. It's a tough situation here for Hussein. He's looking to drop on the red, but you'll be very careful he doesn't leave the one near the black.
Phone miss. Covered set 4.
Yeah, pretty good line, just a little bit shorter pace. I think I think you're going to get this right. Got a little sighter there. Never a great scenario that, Steve, is it really? Was shot with that situation, because you played it well, but you know you're going to be in trouble next shot anyway. But sometimes you just have to deal with it. Get out of trouble and then deal with the next one.
Exactly. Just take your medicine, accept what's happening. Luca has played his way back into this frame, and you feel now he's got control of the table.
Yeah, I think it's you just got to make and play the shot. Don't assume you're going to be in trouble and make it easy. You know, make and play the shot to get you in trouble again, rather than trying to do too much from a situation. You know, the previous situation is a good example. Some players might have played off 2 because you're trying to flick the red and get back up to baulk.
Phone miss. Covered set 4.
You actually see that a lot with more inexperienced players, don't you? You rightly say that it's almost that obsession with getting that cue ball into ball, because that is where to, or how to play safe. But it's not the case, as you say. Make them play a shot.
No, it's not. Yeah, absolutely. I think, listen, you got to get experience of playing, and you learn it. It's just part and parcel of sort of being on the main tour and turning professional and learning as much as you can.
Following this, cover still 4.
Well, these seem like quite innocent penalty points that Hussein Fafai is giving away at the moment, but in a few moments' time, they could be significant. Well, that's about the best result he could have hoped for, really.
I'll just play the red onto the other red on this safety shot. I'll keep that where it is. The other one should go towards the cushion. No, he's played a containing shot. Again, just been absolutely sure not to leave anything, because playing the red at the shot I suggested, you're never too sure. If you don't get the right contact, you could have knocked the red over towards the pocket. Clearly not got Luca in any trouble with that shot. That's the only issue with it. But it's safe. That's the main thing.
Both 31 years of age, both turned pro, very close to one another. Same back in 2012, Luca 2011, so had a lot of years of experience on the tour now, both ranking event champions, of course. Luca's been and lifted the big one. It's good to see Hussein back and playing good snooker too. I think back to, well, probably around about this time last year, in fact, he was really struggling with a neck and shoulder issue. It was really impeding his snooker in general, his practice and his results. He's managed to nip that in the bud now. And he produced some great snooker towards the back end of last campaign, deep run at the World Open, and then got to the quarterfinals in Sheffield.
He's a really classy player, Steve, isn't he? I mean, technically, I don't want to have my coaching out on too much, but technically he's, one of the best. He really is.
There's very little that can go wrong with Hussein's technique, isn't there? You look at how he sets himself up nice and compact, but he's got unlimited cue power available with that nice long swing he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. And that helps so much. I mean, I know the cloths are very, very reactive and you don't need to do too much, but when you need that little bit of extra cue power, cue movement, he can do it, with minimal effort, which certainly helps. And he played a great safety shot here, by the way, to get this opportunity. Put Luca in a lot of trouble there. He's got a good chance now to
11.
To win the first frame.
And a chance really to redeem the early mistake from the missed blue to middle. Key shot coming up, brown to blue. Now in a situation like this, you're just looking for the biggest possible area. Trying to land that cue ball, preferably to leave multiple pockets to knock it into. Somewhere on the right side cushion or near there would be good. Then you'd have 3 pockets to land on the blue perfect. Let's see how he goes. A little bit heavy.
20.
A little bit awkward.
Yeah, on that line, he's kind of finished in a really tricky place there. Yeah, they're never nice, those shots. He had a great line on the cue ball. He just sort of landed in no man's land a little bit. I think he's got away with it, by the looks of it. So a bit fortunate there, really. Once he's missed the blue, it could have gone anywhere.
So just the 1 point separates the two. Both players require blue and pink. And again, an example of a safety exchange where the cue ball is completely irrelevant. Just get that blue ball safe.
Absolutely. So many players there would have tried to get that white in behind the black. But you'd have had to hit the blue a lot harder. You wouldn't have been in complete control of where the blue was going. So if you didn't get the white behind the black, you could have left a chance. But Luca was absolutely just determined not to leave him a pot there. So the black going on the cushion is not really relevant in this scenario. Both need blue and pink. They'll probably be side to side again here, Luca, I'd imagine. Both on the side cushion, which is a very common shot in today's game. And it's a good one as well, if you play it correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. If you play it correctly, it can actually present a lot of problems for the other guy. You always run that slight risk of playing the side to side, of leaving a possible double. But if you get the cue ball higher than the object ball, it's a big advantage.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, Steve. If you can get the cue ball slightly higher, that's where you want it. It makes the next shot a little bit harder to play a attacking safety shot. I'm surprised it hasn't. I mean, years ago it was never played, which is surprising really, because it's quite an obvious shot to play when you think about it. But it wasn't played even, they say the 80s was more technical game, but they didn't play that shot.
It was always the up and down, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Distance between them, which is, as I say, just surprising when it's sort of, quite an obvious shot. Now it's kind of in today's game. Doesn't necessarily get the opponent in trouble, but as I say, most important thing is keeps everything safe.
In some ways, snooker in general has been stuck in its ways for many years, and we're starting to see that players are experimenting with different shots, the break-off being one. Sean Murphy's found a new way to play a break-off better and get a better result, and a few other players I've seen try and play it themselves. The game is developing. Of course, it can only develop so far. There's only so many shots you can play on a table.
Yeah. I'm sure there's invent some other shots. Yeah, I watched Sean. Didn't watch during the World Championships, and all the ones I saw, he was playing it really well.
Apologies, Sean Murphy OBE, if you will, please, Mark.
I apologise. I thought it should be a sir, so I'm not happy about that.
Well, we've got two players here doing battle on this blue, showing the utmost respect for one another, and that's good to see. I think both realise the importance of these first frames in these short sprints.
Yeah, I mean, I think every frame's important in every match, but ultimately, when you only have a 4-frame match, I think the first frame is huge in these scenarios. You'll be very, very confident of a minimum getting a draw if you can win the first frame in any match. So I think they realise how important it is. They're both playing some very good safety. It's going to be hard to create an opportunity with these two. I think you're going to have to play a really good safety shot. Because you can't see an obvious mistake coming from either of them at the moment. pretty good. You've got a couple of options here, Luke. You can play the blue up and down and onto the side cushion. The side to side with the angle is a little bit more tricky on this shot. You normally like a bit of an angle between the balls. Yeah, he's played that shot, but he's hit it the worst way you could hit it. He's hit it thin. That's always a danger with that shot.
So Hussein Fafai won that intriguing tactical battle between two very aggressive players. Just needs this pink to take the opener. And safely dispatched. So after a
11.
very interesting end to that frame, in fact, both players with early opportunities, but a battle on the final blue has gone the way to Hussein Fafai, who takes the opening frame. Now, table 2 is also getting very interesting. Zach Surety with a dream start in with a break of 52 in the opening frame. Somehow, Lu Hongyu managed to claw his way back into it, stole the opener on the black and then made a big break of his own in the second. So very quickly this game has turned around. And Zach Surety finds himself with the best he can possibly do, is salvage the draw. It was a break of 82 that Lu Hongyu made in the second frame. Li Peifan, the top seed in this group, with the perfect start, a 3-0 victory over David Grace. And again, we look at all the permutations in this BetVictor Championship League, but winning matches 3-0 can make a huge difference come the end of play. We saw that yesterday with David Grace and Zhao Xingtong. It meant Dave only needed the draw. Well, that was a feel-good shot, wasn't it, Mark? That was a lovely piece of ball striking from Zach.
Absolutely, they're the shots you know gives you so much confidence. Those little cueing shots like that, hit the back of the pocket.
Keep you updated with how Zach goes along with that visit as the second frame gets underway. Well, we was just talking about the break-off and players inventing a new one. I'm sure Luca will want to erase that one.
Yeah, I don't think many people are copying that one. Although, if you could, would have been worse if you won it off. Beautifully glued. That was absolutely lovely strike of the cue ball there. If you can cue them like that, it just makes the pocket a bit bigger. You're not whacking them in. You're giving the pocket every chance to take the object ball.
8.
I know you play like that. If you play for the black, you've got to play like that. But just beautifully struck.
But you often see that sort of shot overhit massively by players.
9.
And that was a great example there of just letting the cue do the work. Just strike the ball properly. The white will take care of itself.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of players, and you know, I'm probably the biggest culprit, have hit the ball way too hard
16.
than what you need. And just too many things can go wrong when you're doing that.
17.
He's got an angle. He's just looking. He's got an angle to go into open up a few reds here. You've got 2 loose ones there you could play on. But it looks a pretty good angle to open a few up. Yeah, I think that was the right shot, whether he gets on a red or not. He just called it a little bit thick. The red, he was just playing exactly that shot, but just wanted to catch the red a little bit thinner so the white comes out into the open table. It's a tricky red now.
$25.
A tricky red made to be look very, very simple.
I'm saying tricky. I mean, for me, I would have played safe, but you know, even for someone of his class, it could have been missed. But he just made it look like it was over the pocket.
That's why we're sat in here, Mark.
32. 33.
Well, it's a great chance to very quickly score heavily in this second frame and put Luca Brissell bang under pressure in this game and this group.
You couldn't really have the balls any better than this. But, you know, that only means if you keep your focus. Don't make any
41.
error, and then they're there for Luca. So just keep the cue ball tight, keep your concentration, and you should certainly, well, minimum looking to win the frame. It could be more coming, who knows? All black so far. I'm not allowed to say that, I'm new to this commentary like, mate. I've just absolutely boxed him, haven't I?
No, every credit to you, Mark. Every credit to you. I'd have gone sooner.
I think he's certainly looking for it, judging by that shot. Yeah, look, it's a pot he should make, but he could have easily gone up for pink or blue there.
Yeah, he's got no obvious reason to stray from the black.
56.
But he's not landed perfect on this red. So I think it's time to accept his fate. And he's doing the right thing. Well, it's been a great break anyway, and again just highlights the importance of getting that first frame on the board. Straight in amongst them in the second, looking to do damage to this scoreboard now.
Yeah, it just so happens in, you know, today's game, you know, yeah, I mean, obviously Lucas mishit the break-off shot, but he's left a long red, which he could have left even with a standard break-off shot. He's just cued it in lovely, and this is it. Last shot he's going to have by the looks of it.
Tough school, isn't it?
63.
In this sort of company.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, these two are two of the very best, so, but there's so many players on tour that do this way further down the rankings than these two.
69.
Well, this frame's done in quick time.
70. $76. 77.
Well, the break ends at 77,
in the frame.
but it's enough.
75.
The nod has come from Luca Brissell. A quick fire 77 at that. What a start to this second phase for Hussein Vafai. In control, leading 2-0. Looking for all 3 points, of course. One more frame for him to do that. Can Luca fight back and potentially salvage the draw? Ian Burns will be hoping so, having taken 3 points in that opening game. Now, table 2, Zach Surety is having a bit of a disaster. Played well yesterday, but things just aren't going his way today. He's missed a couple. But ultimately, it's about whether or not the opponent can punish you. And so far, Lu Hongyu is doing just that. Mark, Lu Hongyu is one of these players that I cannot work out. I've seen him play unbelievably well at times and just think, how can he possibly lose? And the contrast to his good and bad game is quite significant.
Yeah, it seems to be like that. Excuse me. I mean, that's the issue with a lot of players. You know, there's the consistency, or your B game being, you know, good enough to get you through. But I had a day practicing with Lu 2 or 3 seasons ago, and I was very, very impressed with him. He, you know, really did impress me with his shot selection, you know, his temperament. I know it was only practice, but we played properly, you know, everything. And I thought this kid's going to do some damage on the tour, and I think he will. He's still learning. He's still young. You know, it takes you a few years to, you know, you never stop learning, but just to, you know, get, you know, what's involved with being a tour and everything that's, you know, that involves. So I think he's going to do really well.
Well, he's doing some damage on table 2. Meanwhile, back on our feature table, Frame 3 underway. Luca Brissell desperately looking for inroads in this game. Hossein Vafai just demonstrated how sharp he's feeling, how good his game is right now. In fact, Hossein Vafai is one of the few players this season that is unbeaten still. Came through phase 1 with 7 points. Got a draw against Fang Zhengyi, having beaten Oliver Sykes and Florian Nussler. And in the qualifiers, got through the China Open and also got through the Wuhan Open. So maximum amount of ranking points so far on the board for Hossein Vafai.
Did look a bit tight now. I was saying, obviously thought he could pot that. Just overcut it. Half a chance for Lucas. Very awkward queuing. Bridging over all those reds. Yeah, look at all them he's got to get over.
Well, has he just called a foul on himself?
Ball.
I heard something.
Yeah, he has. That's classy. I don't think anyone saw it. I don't think the referee saw it. I think that was just Luca just felt it on his hand and admitted to it, which is great to see. Not great to see because it's a foul, just the honesty.
Oh. Scenes. Maybe no one wants to play this shot. Why don't they give the ref a go?
I knew it was awkward. I didn't realise it was that awkward.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. Careful now, Luca.
You have to re-rack because I can't actually play the shot. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before, Steve. Two feathers or own-up fouls in a row. I'm not sure. That's I have to ask Phil on that one.
He'll know. Don't worry about that. He'll know, and he'll tell us as well. Well, all things considered, that was a great pot because he'd have been terrified of catching a red again with his hand.
Yeah, that's best he could do. Leave the red there. Just left the pink. It's not obvious position, but Luca's got so much cue power. It depends how he wants to play. If he's going to screw through the reds or delicate one to play in the pink in the middle. Yeah, lovely play.
7.
A little below on the pink. He played it pretty well though. It's not easy to get on the next red here. That's what he's looking at. Might go in and out of balk perhaps. I'm not too sure what he played for there, to be honest.
13.
And it was quite a bemused look on the face of Luca Brissell as he saw that cue ball come off the side rail a lot quicker than he anticipated. So he's got this thin cut back.
Yeah, I think he did play for that red. It's just he's maybe got a slightly big bounce off the cushion. You wanted the white to be around the blue spot really, but it's a good pot, but not a great kiss on the red really. So again, here's another good pot on the blue. Position not guaranteed, but I think the pot's hard enough, so you just got to just try and get in an area.
19.
Well, it'd be tough to use the term a Championship League specialist, but Luca Brissell does have pedigree in this event, and indeed in the invitational version. Oh, as he completely misjudges that one.
Gabriel 19.
So, let off for Hussein Vafai. Yeah, this is a format that can be quite taxing, in fact, dependent on how your first result goes, and Luca is currently experiencing just that. Winner of this event back in 2022, won the invitational version back in 2020. He well realises the importance of these matches early doors, and at the minute it's going horribly wrong. Well, hands have been shaken on table 2. Liu Hongyu has completed the whitewash over Zach Surety, so Li Pei-fan and Liu Hongyu off to the perfect start.
All.
He just went a little bit far there on the red. Tricky little cutback. Judge it so. How's Luca feeling with the long red? He never turns these down. You can see from the reds there, by the looks of it, the only one he could leave is the red he's playing, so it takes a little bit of pressure off the red.
Well, the thumbs up is fueled with sarcasm. He has hardly hit that cue ball.
I mean, he's hit it too well, and there's a hot phrase I hate listening to him saying, but he genuinely did. He's barely hit that, and he's gone past the baulk line. I mean, people would be over the moon to get on the blue there. Screwing back.
I'd have been happy to get 6 inches to the pocket with the red mark to stun the cue ball.
All the miss. Gabriel 4.
Yeah, it's hard to see. I mean, he's missed that. It's hard to see him leaving a red out of this snooker, to be honest. But, I mean, Luca couldn't do much else. But I'll be very surprised if we're saying he might give 2 or 3 fouls away, but I'll be very surprised if he ends up leaving a red for Luca here. It's the right shot. Just try and get in that pack above the black. Yeah, well played.
Well, it's not a bad flick on the yellow. It's forcing Luca down this side, but he does have a path back to baulk. The 2 reds above the black. Big target actually in behind that brown and yellow. Looks a lovely line, this. Close. Good effort.
Pretty good shot. Great weight on the cue ball there. Hussein. And those two reds together just to the right of the pink. I'm not sure I can see enough of them to get the cue ball back. That would be the obvious shot, to just miss the black and the red on the cushion and get the white back to baulk, but I'm not sure he can play that shot. He's in a little bit of trouble here. And trying to just make, trying to put his way out of trouble, not get in position, but just trying to get out of trouble is such a difficult pot from tight on the cushion. One good pot here from Hussein, he get a chance to get back into the frame.
One.
The idea just to get right back into the frame here. A bit tough to win it from here, to be honest. There's a few awkward reds, black's tied up with the other red.
8.
Bit of a puzzle to solve this for Hussein, just trying to plan his route or how he'd like his route to go. You can see the little grimace, the attempt to just flick that black,
14.
played in such a way that should he miss it, he was always going to be on a
15.
red.
That's a nice red to get rid of because it opens the other two reds up now. The bottom one for the opposite corner, which were covered when that red was there. Yeah, played that well.
21.
Maybe a fraction too far to be absolutely perfect, but it shouldn't be a problem.
22.
Well, the final match of this afternoon's session has just got underway on table 2. Zach Surety, David Grace taking on one another, both needing results. Both needing frames on the board, having lost their matches 3-0, so big game coming up
29.
on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, Hussein Vafai going along nicely here, chipping away at the reds available to him.
Yeah, it's a lovely little shot. Nice little cannon there. The red was always going to go
35.
towards the pocket. The shot there was getting the nice angle on the pink, which he did.
I 36.
I think he played for the blue there. A little bit short of pace, so have to be the pink. Slightly trickier pot. I keep saying tricky pots, Stephen. They're just knocking them in like they're over the pocket.
42.
They just make the game look so easy, don't they, when they're in stroke like this? And again, just illustrating what
43.
a brilliant talent Hussein Vafai is. But this frame is not won just yet, far from it. And it's around about now that the hard work begins, I suppose. He's got control of the table, he's got control of the scoreboard. 24 points in front.
49.
There's value in trying to pot this red, but doing very little with the cue ball. Take the 8 points off the table from Luca. Oh, what do I know? I mean, how well has he played that? How brave was it to play it that way?
I wouldn't expect him to do that. I thought he may potentially play for the pink, but played on the red on the side cushion and left those two together there. It's so aggressive, just so attacking. Not even a thought of anything other than winning the frame at this visit.
Well, this will take some potting, this red.
56.
And he's looking for one more red and colour. If he drops this in, he'll be on the pink. But I don't think he can bring himself to drop it in. That's why he's played it with a little something. Well, that was a brilliant visit from Hossein Vafai, in all fairness.
56.
Break of 56 out of the top draw. And the look away from Luca was a look of resignation.
Yeah, I mean, he looks silly, but I like that. He's just fully committed to the pot. He was going to play it at a pace to get on the black and try and win the frame. No thinking, oh, I'll try to get away with it if I miss it. I know he's missed it and he's left it over the pocket. I understand that, but I like the thought process. Fully committed to the shot he was going to play.
7.
I think if everyone could do that, they'd, you know, it'd only benefit their game.
8.
It's been a very good performance from Hossein here. He could have missed a few, but he hasn't made loads of mistakes. The odd thing here and there. Hossein's been very solid.
14.
Well, that was a very, very clinical performance from Iran's Hossein Vafai. He's whitewashed Luca Brissell quite brilliantly and is in control of this group here on table 1 on frame difference. Still plenty of snooker to be played, of course, but what a display and what a message that sends to the others in this group. Hossein Vafai, a 3-0 winner. Up next, he stays out there to take on Victor from earlier, Ian Burns, in around 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
We've just seen some really good stuff from Hossein Vafaei, making short work of a former world champion. And that's why the Iranian number one, the best player ever to be produced by Iran, leads Group B on frame difference from Ian Burns. As for Pang Junzhu and Luca Purcell, they need a radical improvement in fortunes in their 2 remaining contests. So next up on table 1, Vafaei as the second seed. He's in that fortunate scheduling slot where he gets to stay out there, especially after just winning a match, and he takes on Ian Burns. Now, in between matches, I went upstairs to the players' room, had a chat with Ian, and he was telling me that, yeah, he's in real pain with his back, and it's really bad when he has to play shots that involve an unusual stance, like when he's stretching with the rest or craning over the table. So I think to beat Pang Junzhu earlier was a real good achievement. Not very nice playing injured, Mark.
No, it's not. I mean, I had back issues a lot sort of the last 2 or 3 years. Nothing compared to what some of the players have had to deal with, but I have. Especially the first thing, it was always difficult to play certain shots. You just couldn't get in the position you normally get in, basically. Everyone has its different degrees. Obviously, Ian's struggling with that today. It's just, look, the game's hard enough as it is, and the players are good enough as it is without having to deal with those kind of things going on. But great result in his first game. However he done it, fantastic result. Pang's one of the top players, so he's just got to try and get through it as best he can.
And Hossein Vafaei will sympathise. It was here at the Mattioli Arena that he turned up for the Championship League a couple of years ago. Everything was all right the night before. Had a good night's sleep, but he slept awkwardly, injured his shoulder and his neck, and that knocked him back for a good season and a half.
Yeah, I mean, look, it does. It's I was talking about I've never had any back issues whatsoever, and I went to the Shootout Cup 3 years ago or something,
14.
and then woke up and I couldn't move, just out of kind of nowhere.
15.
So it's it could be something as simple as that, just not sleeping correctly, or you just get in a strange position. I suppose as you get a bit older, these are more more likely to happen, I suppose. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know, but just common sense tells you that. And obviously these are young lads, so I wouldn't have thought of that, but it's it's a difficult situation to you get in weird positions, and anything that puts pressure on your back or your neck or anything is really going to limit what you can produce.
Well, I was about to say, Vafaei now in full health again, and his game is, but that was a very unexpected miss.
Yeah, I think it was just one of those. He was focusing on the cue ball and didn't forgot about the red. He was just playing a cannon off the pack to get back on the black. Just took us after it, which is so common, and it's difficult not to do that sometimes. And that's what happened there.
I'll tell you what, Mark, these pockets have been so tight, it's a good time to be retired. Honestly, they have been so brutal.
Yeah, they have. We've been getting quite a bit of feedback on the pocket saying they're a lot tighter than normal, but they were kind of saying they're a little bit too big. So we kind of looked at that, and the fitters have sort of made the adjustments which the players wanted, judging on the feedback. So but now a few of them are saying they are pretty brutal.
Lovely positional cannon. Yeah, we're not talking about the middles, more the cornerbacks.
8.
Although Vafai, with the exception of the red, we've seen him miss in this frame, doesn't seem to be having any issues whatsoever.
No, but even on the star tables, just the corner pockets have been up and down. There, people saying, but the middles are always pretty consistent on all the same. For some, not really sure why that would be, but it seems to be the case.
16.
Yeah, he played that really well there. Very good shot.
$17.
He's going to have to look at trying to disturb something. He's got quite the angle on the blue here. He could get into him, but I think he'll play for the loose red. Is there a plant he's seen?
22.
Oh, this will open. This will help. Yes. Pretty close.
$23.
It's a little bit short on the blue there. I'm going to play a middle distance one, which I think he will. He's very comfortable with, again, with his sort of technique and just how good he is in general. These shouldn't be an issue for someone of Hossain's class. Yeah, there you go.
Hossain Vafai, 20.
Commentator's curse. Phil, is that the one?
No one is immune. Slightly hampered queuing here because of the red, but it could have been a little more. Well, the red thought about it, but in the end reluctantly decides to drop.
I mean, he couldn't really play it any other way, but he gave the red every chance to drop in there and play it dead weight.
Only met on one previous occasion, these two, and it was quite a match. First round of the Scottish Open in 2022. Vafai won, yes, 4-3 from 3-2 down, so he will have full respect for his opponent.
7.
Yeah, I think there's most respect on tour now. I mean, I know pretty much everyone on tour can play now. And if you keep giving them chances, they'll score. Strength in depth on the tour is very, very high.
You're in a very good position to judge, Mark, turning pro in the early 90s, so you've been around for many a year. Would you say the strength in depth on the tour these days is better than it's ever been?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it has been for a few years, but it just gets stronger and stronger every year. There's new players coming on, and they're all really good players. I mean, years ago, sort of early 90s, mid 90s and early 2000s. I mean, the sort of lower ranked players weren't as strong, anywhere near as strong as they are now. That's just a fact. You can argue about the top end of the game whether that is or not. But lower down, there is no argument. It's much stronger than it's ever been, and it just seems to get better every year. With obviously China's a big part of that. The guys coming over from there, who are all really, really good players. But even sort of UK and Europe, there's youngsters coming through, and not even necessarily youngsters, just new players in general, and they're all really good. So yeah, there's no question about that. Very, very tough.
It's been tough for Zach Surety
28.
this morning so far. Lost 3-0 to Liu Hongyu in his first match, and now he's 1-0 down on table 2 against David Grace.
It's obviously a bit tight with this red. He's just a little bit. The previous red, he just wanted to run for a little bit more with the cube. And had to put a good black with the vest, but just lost position a little bit. Yeah, he didn't look comfortable there on that shot.
Ian Burns, 28.
You know, I'm not sure if it went or not, but I'm not sure Ian was convinced it went.
You know, Mark, this is going to seem like a stupid thing to say, but I'm convinced I'm right. Even at professional level, when players should know better, sometimes on shots there's still a case of wishful thinking. They wish the pot would go in and they go for it when they're not quite sure.
Well, I mean, I can only speak for myself, and I guarantee you, I was doing that even towards my last season. After 35 years, I was still doing the same thing. So, yeah, it's a thing. It's a very real thing, and you try and limit as much as you can, but it's always going to creep in. You're just desperate for. It depends on the scenario and the situation in the frame, but you're just so desperate for it to. A ball to go or something to go that you talk yourself into it when you really know deep down that it doesn't go or the shot's not on, but you play it anyway.
Yeah, the head and the heart are in competing battles, and quite often the heart wins.
Yeah, it does, unfortunately.
And now the winner of this frame is going to be Vafai. Hard to imagine he's going to miss this frame ball.
$80. $90.
Yeah, they're just the sort of chances you've got to take against the likes of Hossein, you know, the one that Ian played there. I mean, he didn't do it. He was just a slightly misjudged the cannon on the previous red to the one he missed. He really just run through a little bit more
26.
for the black there. I think these would have been Ian's, to be honest. It's fine margins at this level, it really is.
$31.
Yeah, especially in a format where the matches are so brisk.
$35. $40. $46. $53, first frame.
Nicely done. Hossein Vafai 1-0 up. That's after a 3-0 win over Luca Brissell in his previous contest. And if he can win this match, Vafai, he would have 1 foot in finals day next Wednesday. The second frame between Surety and David Grace has only just broken off, and already Grace has got an absolutely stonking chance. It was David versus Goliath last night in the group decider. Zhao Xintong needed a win. Grace needed a draw. Zhao made a 139 in the first frame. Grace a lovely 70. Launched by a brave red to middle in the second to draw level. Zhao won a very tight and tense third on the brown, and you thought, well, he's going to win now. Especially when he got a really good opportunity early in the fourth frame, but he missed quite a routine red. And in the end, it was Grace who got the draw he required. That's why he's here. That's why Zhao is out. He didn't miss many balls like that yesterday.
No, I hope Zhao's not watching that shot. It's, even so, I mean, 2 wins and a draw and not getting through is tough score, Phil.
Well, there's been so many different scenarios in these groups. Poor old Ben Wollaston got 6 points and finished 3rd in his group. Yeah, plenty of players have been undefeated and not been successful. What about Alfie Burden? 3 draws. He made a couple of 90 breaks, a couple of centuries, and ended up last. And he played really well.
Yeah, it can happen. All you can do is look after your own matches, but yeah, it's just, if the other results don't go your way, then that's the way it goes sometimes. It's pretty brutal when you see other groups and they're getting through with 4 points or whatever, and but it's just the nature of this tournament.
6.
It can happen. It's usually just knock out and go home, but this one's a little bit different.
7.
The group stages.
Vafai won his first group with 7 points, 2 wins and a draw.
$14.
I mean, just little shots like that. It doesn't look anything. It's never going to get a round of applause, but absolutely perfect on that red. Just a roll through flat. Haven't got to do anything with the cue ball. It just makes life so much easier when you can control that cue ball. It really does.
$22. $23. $28. $29.
Might be looking to finish a little bit low on this red. Perhaps it depends how he feels. He could always just get on the red and play into the pack off the black. But he could potentially finish low on this red to open him up. Yeah, I think that's what he was playing. Look, judging from his body language, I think that's what he's trying to do. He's just gone a little bit too far, really, to be perfect. But he can still open him up a little bit. Yeah, he's brought one out. Wasn't perfect on the red to play the shot he wanted to play. Just how close he wants to get to the red, really. I mean, he could just pop the blue in the green pocket and leave himself a mid-distance. To play the green, you can get a bit closer to the red, which is obviously preferable. That's what he's done. That looks very good. That's excellent.
And again, you see the class, the application of side to avoid the contact with the yellow. That was, yeah, really good stuff.
41.
Yeah, it's a little bit. He might have to come off the side and black cushion here. I mean, he could power it down into the reds. All depends what he wants to do. I think he could have the angle to play side and black cushion with topspin. Slightly different shot to what he normally play, but it looks like he's going to just power it down straight into the pack. Or play none of them. They play for the red in the middle.
46.
Certainly not perfect.
$47.
It's a good pot. But again, not absolutely perfect on the pink here. Bit of work to do.
It will not be a frame winner, but it's a very good start.
It's not.
Vavai asking the referee, Andrew Barkland, whether it was touching ball, and Andrew had already looked and seen that it wasn't.
Same for 5.53.
Always been a really good break builder. He won the World Amateur Championship at the age of 17 in 2011. And then 3 years later, he won the World Under 21 title. And that was notable because in the semi-finals, he made a 147.
He's just a class player, isn't he? The only surprising thing is maybe he hasn't, won more tournaments, been in more finals, because he's got everything.
Well, when he won the shootout, it was simply wonderful, the performance he put up. I think in every match he played, apart from one, he made a meaningful break, and under those shot clock restrictions, that takes some doing. The break he made in the final was a delight. Yeah,
that's some going to win vast majority, if not all, your matches in that tournament with actual breaks. Is very good. But the advantage he's got in the shootout in particular is players like Hossein, they don't panic with the shot clock and all the noise going on around them. They don't panic, they just play, and that's huge in that event. The balls are certainly there. I know it's 53-point lead, but if Ian was the one to put the next red, right now, the balls are in a very good position. So it might not count for much. Again, beautifully struck shot that was. Played it so confidently as well. Top side of the, before the baulk line. I love that when players do that. Again, just full commitment. Not trying to get the white on the baulk cushion. We're going to win the frame. I'm going to leave it short. I'm going to win the frame.
Guilty here of jumping on a bandwagon, I know, but
5.
if he continues to play like this, he could win the whole thing. And there you see, the commentator's curse is not just confined to you, Mark.
I feel for Hossein, but I feel so much better for, I've got to be honest. You've been doing it for years, and, I'm allowed to get away with it.
I could stop a train.
But listen, I know he's missed one there. He's just taken his eye off it. But, listen, Hossein can win any tournament. Regardless, so when you're potting reds like that and getting in, that's what the game's all about.
1.
Long reds and scoring.
So Burns has to make his presence felt.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really have the reds any better than this. But listen, it's still got to be done. He's 1-0 down. He's 50 behind. He's under it. He's under it here. But, the way the reds are, it's kind of where you put them. If you wanted to clear up, to be honest. But again, just trying to keep that cue ball nice and close. Not having to do too much running around with the cube, with the white. Just time out every shot as easy as you can.
$15. $16.
Sitting in his chair, Vafai will be annoyed because he knows the frame should have been wrapped up.
He's not absolutely perfect. He looks a bit straight on the black. Shouldn't be an issue, but again, pink's missable. No, he played it well. Good shot. Pressure on that. You expect him to pot it, but there was pressure on it. You knew the frame was over if you missed it. And clearly you can see there he's clearly struggling with this kind of shot, a little bit of stretching.
23.
Again, none of that helps, does it? When you're playing someone as good as Hossein especially.
$30.
Well, every credit to Ian Burns. Battling in adversity.
$38.
Yeah, he's taking well so far. He'd be playing for. Won't be playing for the black here. I wouldn't have thought he'd go up for the. He's got a slight angle, so maybe he will. I thought we had a bit more of an angle there. As long as you get the angle on the black, then it's okay, which he's got, so that's fine. If he was a bit straighter there, or the other angle, he would have played up for the blue, pink or blue. Just makes it a lot easier to get on the yellow bait. That's the reason.
And that could be the last black he pots in the frame, because
46.
he's only 12 behind, so yellow to pink will do.
$48. $51. $55. $60. $66.
They were there, but you can't get away from the fact that was a very gutsy clearance from Ian Burns. Hossein Vafaid won his first match 3-0. Looked like he was going to take a 2-0 lead here. But now suddenly the whole landscape of the group has been changed by the 66 clearance to pink from Ian Burns. It's 1-1. Well, talking of clearances, there could be a potential for another clearance over on table 2, where David Grace, 1-0 up on Zach Surety, went well behind in the second frame. But he might well dish and take a 2-0 lead. And bear in mind, Surety's already been beaten 3-0 by Liu Hongyu, so not the best of starts to the group for him. Yeah, you can see just how wonderfully positioned the balls were, but going over there has brought Grace bad luck. He's missed a straightforward red to middle. Surety won his group yesterday on this table. Actually played very nicely indeed. Overcame chief rival Matthew Selt. And he made a couple of 130 plus breaks yesterday.
Yeah, he's getting better all the time, Zach. He's such a heavy scorer. And he just seems to be improving all the time. I know my old mate from years ago, Jason Pegram, looks after him at the club. Does, really, knows the game a lot, really passionate about the players, and he looks after him. And, he's been around a long time, so yeah, he's got good people behind him, so, and he's got a proper game. So he's a handful for anyone.
And you've put the commentator's curse on him, even though we're not covering the frame at the moment. He's just missed the penultimate red with the rest. Mark, Have a word with yourself.
That doesn't count, Phil, because it's not officially my game. I'm not taking responsibility for that one.
Okay. I'll let you off. Really important frame this now, both psychologically and in terms of the group table.
Yeah, I mean, as you said there, Phil, the balls were there, but there was a good clearance from Ian there. He's limited chances up to then, and it was such a big clearance to, you know, other than that, he's 2-0 down, and Hosseini's complete control of the group. But now it's wide open again. So, yeah, he took them well. No matter what the balls are like, you still got to do your job.
Yeah, you never want to lose a frame from well in front, particularly when you've missed an easy ball, which Vafai did.
Yeah.
One of the hallmarks of great players, their ability to shrug off setbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge part of the game. Every player's going to lose frames like Hossein lost the last one. It's just part and parcel of playing the game. It's going to happen. It's how you deal with it that's important. It was a great red there. Good shot on the blue, and now he's back in with a good chance. Sometimes it's just focused as a minefield, actually, when you lose a frame like that. Other people it can go the other way, and they can be fuming, and it can take them a frame or two to get over it. Clearly, in this format, you haven't got that amount of time. But other players, they can just focus the mind and say, okay, right, get back on it. And it looks like what he's done here, he looks pretty back in the zone here.
Yeah, there's lots of ways you can win frames, but feeling sorry for yourself isn't one of them.
No,
It's not. It's such a huge part of the game as well to just, you know, forget what's gone and then just focus on it. But it's difficult to do. I understand that. But it's you know, it's something you've got to try and do as best you can. You can have a lot of disappointments during matches and throughout your career. If you can just deal with them as best you can, you know, throughout your career, you're going to win a lot more matches than you would have done.
The same for 28.
He hasn't missed many long ones. I mean, that was a tough red, but he's quite a few today already. It was tricky. It was just a poor can. He obviously didn't want to cannon the ball colours on the blue. For a player of his class, it was a pretty poor shot, to be honest. No damage done, though. Kind of similar shot on the other side of the table. You clip this red in that Hossein's just played. It's getting to it. And can you get out for a colour? It's a bit tricky there. I think he's going to opt for the safety shot instead. Can't blame him. And it's clearly his back is clearly giving him issues just from that shot alone. He barely even got down to play it. So certainly, obviously, some shots are really giving him a real issues here.
Yeah, he's getting down for the shots very gingerly. He was telling me that he's concerned as he gets down at the back, he's going to go completely. Well, that won't make him feel any better. What a pot. What a plant sorted out.
Eight.
Thwack.
9.
They always sound good when the plants go in, don't they? You normally hit them at a reasonable pace a lot of the time, and if it looked like I was just straight on, so never going to miss that. Bit unfortunate for Ian to leave that, to be honest. And that's what it comes down to sometimes. A bit of bad luck, bit of good luck. It looks like it's going to cost him the fame.
$24. 25.
One of those players, Vafai, not known as a speed merchant, but he most certainly is.
Yeah, I think there's a few players like that on tour that are not known for that, but they're rapid. They just, they get on with it. They kind of see a shot and get down and play it, which I would always encourage players to do. I think if everyone done that, there'd be a better player for it.
33.
But yeah, he gets on with it. There's no messing around. I don't know what his average shot time is. I haven't got that information, but I'd imagine it'd be pretty low because he seems to play at a good pace every time I see him play.
40.
Which again is only a positive. You don't want to be thinking too much. You don't want things to go in your, be thinking about it and letting negative thoughts get in your head. And when you've been playing a while, you see the shot. The first shot you see is normally the right shot. So just play it.
Well, it looks as though the
46.
loss of the previous frame has been a mere hindrance, a mere irritation.
$53. 54. 61. 62.
Now, if breaks are involved at the end of the day, it would pay Vafai to concentrate hard here.
$69. 70. 76. 77.
Well, he's played 6 frames so far today, Vafai. He's made
83.
5 half-centuries already, and this one could be a 3-figure contribution.
85. 88. 92. 97. 3.
The plant was hammered in, and the rest has been really classy.
110 on the frame.
A break of 110 from Hossein Vafai. That means he's guaranteed to reach 4 points after 2 matches, but he won't be satisfied with that. He wants to win the last frame of this match and make it a maximum 6 points. By the way, in terms of break building, what a start to the season for Vafai. Played 2 qualifying competitions here before the start of this event. He won all of these matches. He beat Marco Fu and David Lilley in the China Open, making 3 centuries in total in that tournament. And then he beat Ben Wollaston 5-1 to qualify for the Wuhan Open, made a century there. He also put together a century in his first group of this tournament, and now the one we've just seen. So, yeah, he's racking up the points. So this is what's happened so far today. Ian Burns, despite his sore back, beat Pang Junzhu, the group's top seed, 3-1 first up. Then Vafai, with breaks of 77 and 56 included, played very nicely to beat Luca Bracel 3-0. And now Vafai needs 1 more frame to make it 6 out of 6 going into the second session this evening. Over on table 2, Lei Pei Fan, he scored nicely to beat David Grace 3-0 first up. Runs of 76 and 97 for the former Scottish Open champion. Then Liu Hongyu,
The 4th frame.
he was a 3-0 winner over Zach Surety. And just to update that, David Grace has just snatched the second frame from Surety from well behind on the late colours. Mark relentless.
Yeah, I had a shot similar to that in his previous match and just strokes him. I just love the way he plays it. It's so positive for the black, and you give yourself every chance to pot the red because you're stroking it and you're not hitting it too hard. And it's just, yeah, listen, even if you miss it,
8.
even if you miss it and leave the guy a great chance, I mean, if you can, you know, play shots like that consistently, you're going to get the benefits over time.
9.
Just so positive with the way he plays and his attitude to the game, the way he
16.
attacks the balls and just wants to win the frame. It's one of the reasons he's
17.
one of the best players in the world.
Well, I was talking about the fact he made a 147 in the World Under-21 Championship
24.
all those years ago. 3 reds, 3 blacks here.
It was a good 24 break anyway. No, his body, you're
25.
back, Phil. You're back.
Yeah, not exactly going out on a limb there, was I?
$32. $33.
They're just so common nowadays. Well, you kind of half expect players to get them when, obviously, depending on the split of the pack, whenever he decides to do that. But there's, you know, the standard's so high. It's not very. He's
40.
got a tricky red in the middle. It's far from easy. But you'd expect him to pot it.
$41.
I think he'll be going for this. There's no real reason why he wouldn't be playing on the black with these reds. Unless he gets the wrong angle. So, early days, but could be a half-decent chance here.
48.
I've always called Mr. Davis Modest Mark, so he's not mentioning what he did in the Championship League some years back. He made 2 147s in the same year in this tournament. Well, in the invitational version.
Thanks, Phil. I was 100% going to mention that. I was just biding my time, Phil. But
49.
you've done it for me. The only 2 I've had, but Yeah, they're not easy. I know they're made to look easy these days with the amount that are getting knocked in, but it's difficult. Another 147, but as I say, it just proves the standard of snooker.
56.
It's not all the top players that are doing it. There's, the players all down the rankings of having them.
57.
It's tough. It's just the standard is very, very high.
Now this could be the big shot.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. It wasn't a great pack, to be honest, from low on the black there. He's looking for a plant there, is he? I think he is.
We're saying for 64.
Certainly going for it. I think he's been very fortunate. I think the only really could have left, he just blocked it with the ready played. He would have had a pot in the middle then, far from easy, but he'd have had a pot. I don't think he's got anything to go at now. Looks like a snooker behind the black. I'd be surprised if that could just come off the side cushion roll into the pack of 3 reds there. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, obviously he's just going to bring one of these reds off the cushion, but I think I was saying he's playing here, if he hasn't got a pot on, just trying to push a red towards the cushion, try and protect his 64-point lead.
One.
Well, if he doesn't pot a colour here, that actually does Vafai a small favour.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if I'm assuming he went for the double there. He was trying to block the red on the other side cushion, but yeah, I don't know. I'd have preferred to just get the red in the open and leaving that red on the to the left of the yellow. And then if he has to move that, then that's in Ian's benefit. So got to give Hossein less to do here to win the fame. If you get, but I mean, you'd have thought if he pots of it next red, he's going to do more than enough anyway. He's played a good shot. Always a bit tricky when you're playing across the baulk line. He's playing it well there.
Foul and a miss. Ian Burns 4.
Hossein Vafai was so convinced the cue ball was going to be replaced that he just stayed where he was, rooted to the spot.
Yeah, his fame's not over yet. Ian will play safe off. I'd imagine the red he's closest to, get it off the cushion. And all kind of reds are kind of all in the open then. Still a lot, but he's got to get the next chance obviously. There's still a lot of work to do, but it's a pretty good safety shot. Doing it well there. If you can see the very edge of the red, just to the right of the pack. He's just digging down, so he's got to play a slight swerve. Yeah, just call it a little bit thin. He was hoping to leave the white on the black cushion there. So one good pot from Ian, and he's got a chance, give himself a chance to clear up. A lot of work to do, obviously, and the first red's far from easy. There will be a chance. Just a good solid long pot here. lovely struck. That was very well played.
Is this going to be history repeating itself from frame 2?
Yeah, a little bit short, but pretty well played. I think he's going to have to just cannon those 3 reds at some point. So he may leave low on the black and do it now. He's got the angle.
5.
Just to kiss the left red of the 3 would be nice. This is a plant he's looking at there, possibly. If not, then he'd try and cannon the left red of the 3 together. Play with a bit of pace so the white goes up the table. Oh, there's a plant, must be. Fair enough if it's on.
12.
Cannons can always go wrong. Yeah, similar to one of the other frames, he's trying to play a bum for off just flicking off the other red. Just not quite got enough topspin on it. It got stuck in the middle of the table. So 46. So he doesn't have to go for a colour here. I mean, he's enough points on the table. And obviously, as you can see, the colour is very difficult, even if you went for the pink or might be able to see the blue.
Another consideration in playing safe off a colour. He will be very mindful if he does that to not leave that colour safe. He wants the table as open as possible.
Pink ball. Ian Burns, 13.
Yeah, he's played a very good shot there, though. If you're going to play safe, if you can play one like that, then he's potentially a couple of pots he could have left there if he hadn't played that safety as well as he has. Well, I think he's pretty much covered everything. Yeah, fantastic shot by Ian there. Deserved force the error. Not deserved it, just force the error out of Hossein there.
Yeah, 3 reds in very different segments of the table, and he snookered Vafai on all of them. So what a great opportunity again.
1.
The only thing that's not ideal about this table is the blue being off its spot, but even that's a problem that can be easily solved.
8.
Yeah, because of where it is near the brown, I wouldn't imagine it's going to cause too much of an issue, to be honest. You'll get there first. Just be a little bit careful with the scoreboard. Good job he's checked there, because it's at 38. So you go up to the baulk colours, you've got to be a little bit careful. You don't run out of points.
9.
So to win the frame, he's going to have to get on the pink
13.
or the black here. 33 points in it. He'd love to stay on the baulk colours, but clearly he can't. If he wants to win the frame, he can't do that.
14.
That's okay. Played it well. Nice angle on the pink.
20.
It just seems like he's done all the scoring in this match, Phil, and yet potentially it could be 2-all in a minute.
Yeah, and
22.
what a difference the next few moments make to this group as a whole.
25.
A draw gives Pang Junzhu and Luca Bracel hope.
Absolutely, and just showed. Listen, there's you know, there's no pictures on the scorecards. The way the game goes, every frame count. I mean, he's probably, you know, scored, I don't know what it is, 200 points more in this match than Ian, but he's 4 points away from being 2-all, and that's all that matters.
29.
You can see they're not the best of angles on the blue. And would you believe it? He'd given himself the blue and he was thinking about the long pink.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was thinking, already getting ready for the missable pink that he was going to have to play in a minute. It just shows you it's so difficult sometimes to just not have a lapse or call it whatever you like. It's difficult, and that's what it was there.
$11.
The black did not matter. Ian Burns feeling blue. He could have gained a very unlikely 2-all draw there, even though Hossein Vafai played some wonderful snooker in the match. In the end, though, it is Vafai who gets over the line narrowly in the 4th frame and maintains his 100% record for the group. 6 points out of 6. Burns in 2nd place at halfway with 3. Pang Junzhu and Luca Bracel both defeated in their opening contests. By the way, one more frame still to go over on table 2. David Grace leading 2-1 against Zach Surety. If you want to see table 2, you can on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for us, we'll return at 4:30 local time. And these are the matches coming up, and some attractive ones for you. Pang and Bracel go head-to-head first up on table 1. I think we have to have a definitive winner there for either of them to stand any chance of winning the group. As for table 2, well, Leipe Fan, who got things underway this morning with a 3-0 win over David Grace, he will hope to remain in good form against his fellow countryman Liu Hongyu. So, see you at 4:30 in just over a couple of hours' time. Bye for now. Welcome to Leicester, welcome to the Mattioli Arena, and welcome to the crunch moments in a pair of second stage groups in the tournament that launches the new snooker season. Now only 32 players remain from the original field of 128, and today a pair of places on the event's final day will be up for grabs. This is day 17 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
Over on table 2, a couple of Chinese players are currently vying for supremacy in Group A. That's Liu Hongyu and Lei Pei-fan, both impressive and victorious in their opening match. They now go head-to-head in a contest which opens the session and may well decide who tops the group. Don't forget, every ball potted on table 2 is available to stream on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, Hossein Vafai is bossing Group B. Iran's finest player has won both his matches for a maximum 6 points, compiling 5 half-centuries and a century in the process. But Vafai isn't mathematically certain to prevail if Pang Junzhu or 2023 Crucible Kingpin Luca Brissell have a powerful finish to the group. And it is Brissell against Pang next. Joining me in commentary for this one, welcome Stephen Hallworth.
He's looked good for his top of the table position, hasn't he? Hossein Vafai's been thoroughly dominant today so far. But as you say, he's not safe just yet. He's not through just yet. Either of these two with a convincing victory here and then another one in their final game of this group could cause an upset. But ultimately, results need to go their way. It's in Hossein Vafai's hands, certainly.
Yes, and he could go through being inactive if this match is a draw. That's that.
Again, just highlights the importance of those first matches that you play, particularly game 1. If you get off to a good start, obviously you feel great, but it puts the pressure on everyone else.
Pang made a good start in terms of winning the first frame against Ian Burns. A break of 70 looked solid, but thereafter he committed some very uncharacteristic mistakes. Burns won 3-1. By the way, if you're wondering, the winner of the 2 groups today, well, they will go into separate final day groups. So consequently, the winner of the 2 groups today could theoretically play in the final.
12 and a miss. Luca Brissell 6.
Well, that could be costly. What a misjudgment. Just trying to tickle onto the side of the pack. Missed it considerably. So what can Luca do? He was completely outplayed against Hussein Vafai. The first frame proved to be big because it could have gone either way. Hussein eventually won the tactical standoff on the final blue. Again, fine margins. Very, very fine margins.
Yeah, he's in fine fettle, isn't he? Hossein, we just had a laugh with him between sessions, talking about players of yesteryear, telling some stories.
Yeah, he's very interested in the game, past and present, isn't he? And the future of it, of course, because it concerns him. That's good to see. But that is not good to see. What a hideous strike that was from Luca Brissell. Something we don't often associate with him. Didn't hit that very well at all. You can tell as well by the contact he made to the pack of reds with the cue ball. Very dull response.
Wow, there was nothing dull about that. What a pot. Well picked out and well cued. In matches between Pang and Brissell, it's 3-3. In fact, 6 of those matches have gone the distance.
Touch your ball, please, to play your colour.
Touching the blue, so Andrew Barklam requesting that Pang nominates his colour, which is obviously going to be black.
Colour ocean shoe. Black ball.
And helping him along with the declaration of the colour.
12.
Thought for a moment there he was going to play the black and then be called a foul.
Well, in 9-ball pool, after the break, you have what you call a push-out, a roll-out, some people call it. And it's available to everyone, but you've got to nominate that to the referee, and if you don't, it's a foul shot, and it happens so often that players don't say. And of course, a foul shot in 9-ball means ball in hand, and that's a massive penalty.
$13.
He's not really with it today, Pang.
13.
No, I've thought that. And it's quite surprising, really, when you consider how well he started today. You mentioned that first frame against Ian Burns. It was really good, really positive, good signs. But it's been anything but since. He's playing how I feel in this heat, quite lethargic and almost like a bit of a tired cue action. There's not really much happening with it. Not really much happening with his game. And that's a shame because we don't often see that from Pang. He's usually so consistently solid.
Yeah, one of those players who there's very little middle ground. He's either really focused and successful, or he struggles. The struggles far outweighed by the good stuff, but occasionally he does have a tournament, a day, a match where, yeah, things just don't go right.
Another player that things just aren't quite happening for today, Luca Brissell. I tell you what, this group is unfolding absolutely perfectly for Hossein Vafai, isn't it? He has been, without doubt, the best player in this group so far. And it doesn't look as if the others are even going to push him.
Yeah, made breaks of 77 and 56 did Vafai to beat Brissell. Then a couple of 53s, a 64 and 110 in beating Ian Burns 3-1. Although, despite all of that scoring, he might well have only drawn 2-2, but Burns missed the blue in the fourth frame when he had a chance to steal it from well behind.
Yeah, Hussein's not just hitting them sweet on the bays, he's throwing them well on the dartboard as well, isn't he? He hustled me and Dave at dinner. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, David Grace looks a useful player.
Well, it helps he's 24 foot tall and he can just poke them in with his hand. I was up against it from the off.
8.
Get the impression that this match now is going to become, I know we've only seen a few samples in this first frame, but it's going to take a big effort from either player to just steady the ship. Can either keep themselves in and make any sort of telling contribution. Pang Junzhu got the chance to do that now.
10.
And he's the kind of player who could well shatter Brissell's rhythm. Not on purpose, just this is the way he plays the game, day in, day out. Very methodically, but not always quite so inaccurately.
Pang Junzhu, 10.
Well, it really would be cruel if the red was blocking Brissell's path to the brown.
Well, he can hit the brown, obviously, but can he hit the part he wants? The shake of the head suggests not, but you can guarantee he's going to get down and pop this now. That is a classic snooker player antic. Surely a little trace of left on this cue ball will just chuck that brown in.
Yeah, it didn't promote position though, did it? Yeah, the classic for doing that, shaking his head as though a ball wouldn't go, and then it did, was Mark Williams. He infuriated opponents, and of course the more he knew it worked, the more he did it.
Yeah, a bit like the Rocket using the old chalk. I saw an interview that Phil Haig from the Metro did with John Higgins regarding that recently. Even John says that he only does it to wind players up. That's what we're all thinking.
Yeah, and he succeeds.
Of course, it was Luca. We was out in Saudi, wasn't we? Was it last year or the year before when Luca played Kyron Wilson and he was using the triangle chalk then? And, well, let's just say Kyron didn't take it too well.
Yeah, I must be honest. I sympathise with Wilson on that occasion after their semi-final in the Riyadh Season Snooker Masters, the Golden Ball event, if you like. The table they were playing on looked like an artist's palette.
4.
Chalk marks and debris everywhere. Well, again, Pang is in. Can he remain in this time? I don't think he's played the best positional shot there either. Well, he's just okay in terms of queuing with the blue.
Yeah, you can't even say this is a good chance to win the first frame because of what we've seen already in this frame. It's been littered with errors, hasn't it? You expect a professional snooker player to take this chance in this position, but don't hold your breath. Can he just find a few
17.
more decent shots in amongst them? And we can forget all about this opening frame.
18. $24.
Over on table 2, it looks as though Liu Hongyu is going to take the first frame from Lei Pei Fan. Not quite over yet, but Lei needs a couple of snookers with blue, pink and black on the table.
25. $32.
Well, that seemed kind of a big bounce off the second cushion. no position, and he's not over the line yet. 43 in front in a low-scoring affair, but 51 still there.
Wang Junshu, 32.
Brissell just came around to see whether there was any possibility he could squeeze the cue ball past the black to thin cut the red to the green bag. There is not.
And what do you play here? I think the only shot he's got is to try and pot this red into the middle pocket. If he misses it, he's done the frame, but what can he do? Superb. Absolutely superb cueing from Luca Brissell. His back was firmly up against the ropes there. He had no other out. And what better way to get yourself out of trouble than to drop one in the middle bag like that? That's a feel-good shot.
Just saying, if he goes on to win this frame, match, and possibly group, that's a shot we will definitely highlight and remember as the turning point.
5.
So by potting the pink, he's now 32 behind. That means to win the frame outright without recourse of a respotted black, he has to pot at least blue off the last red.
$12. $18. $20.
Well, I can only think of one other player that is on par in terms of long bridge cueing off the side rail. Has anyone ever been better at that than Luca Brissell? Mark Selby's the other.
He has so much cue after his bridge hand, and yet he's got so much delicacy and touch.
It's so tough to time them correctly, you know, with that amount of cue. He is so good at that.
Never really in this frame until now, and he's banging it.
$38. $45 in the first frame.
That was some clearance initiated by an absolutely brilliant do-or-die red to a middle pocket. He wins the frame on the black. Luca Brissell, after losing his first match by 3 frames to 0, has a frame on the board at the expense of Pang Junzhu. So Brissell, if he can win this match, has the benefit of staying out there to take on Ian Burns next. 2-3-0s, and he's certainly not out of this. Clearly feeling quite warm out there, and you can fully understand why. There's confirmation. Brissell has 2 matches in succession, and then Hossein Vafai, well, all he will need at the worst is a draw against Pang in his last match, and that's coming up as our final offering this evening on Table 1. As for Table 2, well, I think that group is looking very much as though it could be going to Liu Hongyu. If he were to win that match against Lei Pei Fan, with 6 points, he would be sitting extremely pretty.
Yeah, that's got to be the group decider right now, hasn't it? It's, you know, in phase one, often the last game between the top 2 seeds was the group deciding match, but it feels like because of results and how things have gone over on table 2 that the first game of this evening's session could well be the group decider. Remember, there's prize money for placings, but when you get to this second phase, it's all about getting into that third phase and giving yourself a shot at this ranking title. The prize money now is irrelevant to the lads because they're already on money. So I just wonder what sort of psychological impact losing that first frame will have to Pang Jung-Soo. What a pot that was to the middle pocket from Luca. Magnificent. But that is a good response.
Oh.
Yeah, for all his celebrity, and he's far more decorated than Pang, the fact remains that because of a few poor seasons, Luca Bracel is 44th in the rankings. Pang is 25th. Surely not enough pace.
Wow, what a miss.
And then worse still, he's left the red.
Pang Jung-Soo 4.
One more revolution on the cue ball there, and he would have left this red absolutely perfect. Plum. Yeah, always the danger.
One.
Yeah, you either catch that right and you end up on the baulk cushion with the cue ball, or that happens and, well, nothing happens. Oh, dear me. What a pot. What a pot.
When it comes to recovery blues off the spot, he's one of the very best. And because
6.
he practices that shot so often and for such a lengthy amount of time, while we think it's difficult, he thinks it's second nature.
That was definitely fueled with frustration because it looks like there was no point in playing that unless he knocks this in. Just no point at all in that blue, but it was still a great shot. Lovely to watch.
Pang Jung-Soo 6.
Yes, and he's had a very subtle piece of luck there. The cue ball just being nudged away when it seemed as though Bracel might have been put in a very promising situation. Bracel won their most recent meeting, 4-1 in the last 16 of the Welsh Open last year, and he went on to reach the semi-finals of that event. And that's the last time he's gone deep in anything. Also last year, quarter-finalist at the Crucible. think sometimes we forget, Stephen, just what a prodigy Brissell was. He won the European Under-19 Championship when he was 14. Became the youngest player to compete at the Crucible, age 17. And he was still very much in his early 20s when he won his first ranking title, the China Championship in Guangzhou. Beat Ronnie O'Sullivan on the way to the final, where he defeated Shaun Murphy. And that was historic because he became the first player ever from continental Europe to capture a ranking title. So many great achievements culminating in the 2023 World Championship. But since then, having climbed the mountain, it's been quite quiet.
Foul. And a miss. Shoe 4.
Brissell has won the Championship League twice. The non-ranking version in 2020 that was put on to provide TV entertainment during the COVID-19 pandemic. And he also won the ranking version in 2022, beating Lu Ning in the final 3-1.
Foul. Luca Brissell 4.
Well, those balls flying all over the place there. Didn't know where to look at one moment, but it's clear to see wing reds have been dispatched and Pang has got sight at one to left corner, although the cue ball might be slightly compromised here. I think he might be going into the red just above the black. Well, he went into the one beneath the black, and actually, that's perfect. What a flick he's had.
The way the reds are spaced, yes, undoubtedly, it is congested. Nevertheless, this qualifies as a really good chance.
Seven. 8.
Well, where's this black going? Behind the cue ball, probably. And as close to it without touching. I say behind the cue ball because the cue ball is pretty much on the black spot. The black is being replaced beneath its own spot, as close to it without touching. Referee Andrew Barkham doing a fine job here of getting that black ball as close as he can, much to the disgust of Pang Jung-soo.
Yeah, I think Andrew Barkham's a really good referee, don't you?
He's a very fine fellow as well. Very polite, isn't he? Every time you see him, he greets you nicely.
Well, there's a reason for that. He's originally from the West Midlands. We're all the same.
Well, that's to be debated, isn't it? Shall we ask Andrew Barklam if he has baked beans with his lamb roast dinner?
Okay, I was hungry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know, I was just hungry and I was just desperate for anything.
You will never ever live that down. That might have been the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
It was something I'm not proud of.
Needs must, Phil, eh? Needs must. Tough days at Championship League. You've got to get the fuel in when you can. Anyway, Pang is back in. Good strike there and controlled it nicely.
Seven. Eight.
And where the remaining balls are, this is now a very healthy lead. 40 points, with the ability to build on it.
$15. $18.
Tell you what, up in the players' room, Hossein Vafai won't mind if the first two frames here are shared. That falls right into his lap.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens at these group format events. You know, there's so many different outcomes and
90.
all the players express a keen interest in every game because in a way it affects them. And in Hossein's case, right now, this affects him massively. If this match finishes a draw, he'll be our group champion, won't he? He can light a cigar and put his swimming
25.
trunks on or enjoy himself for this afternoon.
have baked beans and lamb.
He won't be doing that.
Really good plant.
26.
And while he's not ideal on the pink, the brown fills the breach. What a bad miss that was.
26.
It's going to be a gargantuan effort to get back into the frame from Luca Brissell, but if anyone can do it, he can, and he should never have had the opportunity.
Yeah, that is a really bad miss. Just pot the brown, take the red, take the 8 points off the table. Well, Luca's got work to do here. He was keen to investigate whether that black pots. If it does, great. If it doesn't, he could play on the brown from this red and try and dislodge it. It's quite a nice line from the brown into them if he's got just a slight angle. He could even run it down the cushion and push the other red to this left corner, but I think, well, that's what he has played. A little bit pacey for me.
Five. Luca Brissell, 5.
Well, a reasonable white, but not a good black. He's the one chasing 47 adrift. The last thing he wants to see is a high-value colour out of commission.
Wow, and a miss.
I think that red did move, you know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I think it did. And I cannot believe he's played off that red. Why has he tried to clip off that red and risk bringing the black into play?
Well, that's what I was thinking as he played the shot. It makes total sense for Brissell to do it.
I don't suppose we have the capacity to see a repeat of that safety shot from Pang, but the red definitely moved. And that was the thinnest of contacts. Nothing wrong with his eyesight, clearly.
This is not an ideal table. I'm not saying that at all, but it's a lot better than it was a few moments ago. Not that it will matter now.
No, that was one of those shots for Luke, and you can see the little wry smile. Everything nearly went right there. He was so close to going right. He got the perfect cannon to the black. He's brought loads of reds into play. But it didn't go right. It went badly wrong, so the frame's going to be over. Pang Zhengzhou will just put the finishing touches to it now.
6.
Yeah, this is frame ball.
Seven. $12. 13.
Not the most memorable frame, but having seen the previous one snatched away, I think he's done
18.
pretty well.
Yeah, it's a good response actually. When you refer to that first frame, how it ended. But the issue for both of these players, for their hopes of winning this group, was they needed a big win. And the best either can do now is win 3-1.
Hang Junshu, 24, and the frame.
Yes, and right now it is 1-1, all to play for, although the big beneficiary of this match thus far, not the two out there, but Hossein Vafai. Let's go over to table 2, where it's a really, really scrappy frame. One of those where all the balls congregate in the corner of the table. 31-15 in favour of Liu Hongyu, who won the opening frame of the match. They're not nice frames to watch. They're not nice frames to be involved in.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? Well, you said let's quickly dip into table 2. We've quickly dipped in. That's enough. Come on, back to table 1. That is filth. Look at the state of that table. They've been at this for a while, you know. I've kept one eye on this table and, yeah, nothing has happened for a long time. It doesn't look like it's going to be resolved anytime soon.
Well, look on the bright side. At least a high-value colour isn't right over the pocket, so there is some way that the impasse can be broken.
Yeah, and I suppose the other bright side, the other silver lining, we don't have to commentate on this one. You can watch it in silence on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, if you're into this sort of thing.
Two players in need of 2 frames. If the next 2 frames are shared, congratulations to Hossein Vafai. We'll see you next Wednesday.
Good to see a few of the other lads starting to arrive as well for the groups we've got tomorrow. Dylan Emery was on the practice table. He won his group, didn't he? He was involved in that group that featured Kyron Wilson, and in the end, he was the beneficiary of some very unfortunate circumstances with Kyron's withdrawal. Nopon Siankam is in the house as well.
Yeah, Dylan Emery played what seems like a lifetime ago. It was on day 1.
I thought that actually. It feels ages ago we saw him. But he is back and he is here. And he's ready to go again.
1.
Now, that was a really good shot. Okay, not quite enough pace injected into the cue ball, but just in terms of the pot, it was noteworthy.
They always feel a little bit more difficult when it's so warm as well, and that cue perhaps just isn't quite sliding through the bridge hand as smoothly as it would usually. So you're right, the black was brilliant,
Hang Junshu,
but
8th.
that was a horror show. I just wonder if his attention was slightly diverted to the cannon he was playing on the other red, making sure he got that part right to hold on the black. He's committed the cardinal sin, taking his eye off the object ball.
So far in this match, Pang Junzhu has dictated the pace, even in the first frame, which he lost. It was quite a drawn-out affair. Normally Brissell just likes to rattle through them.
And normally he likes to play reds like this, full pace into the pack. He doesn't have to play it, obviously. But it's the sort of thing that Luca would do. Perhaps the more measured approach has grown into his game. Nothing wrong with that. But he prematurely and very disappointingly breaks down.
Again, though, he wasn't sure, you know, when that red was going towards the pocket, whether it was in. They will give you nothing. Nothing at all. Didn't get hold of the cue ball.
When you're not timing the ball perfectly, they're tough shots then. Obviously the pot isn't tough, that's a guarantee, but getting the cue ball back parallel with the black. That is a good recovery shot. I'm not sure if he's on a red though.
8.
Just wonder if he can power the red into the red over the middle pocket and pot it. Has it gone too far north of that middle bag?
Pang Junzhu, 8.
Yeah, just didn't really look on, did it?
Eight. Luca Brissell, 8.
You can see him striding back to his chair. Frustrated, irritated.
Yeah, he's not a happy chappy at the minute, is he, Luca Brissell?
He's not going to the China Open. He was beaten by Stuart Bingham in qualifying for that, 6-0. And he's not going to the Wuhan Open either. He was beaten by, drumroll, Stephen Hallworth, 5-1.
Finally. I've been waiting for you to say that all day, Phil. Thank you.
All joking apart, Stephen, very good win, that.
It was, but I very quickly picked up that I felt I had Luca under pressure early doors, and I started to think he hasn't got a response in him. And I was picking up on the signs, similar to the signs that we're seeing now, that maybe there just wasn't that fight in him. And on that day, I was able to capitalise and, paired that with playing pretty well myself. So it was a good win. But yeah, Luca just isn't quite the Luca we know and love at the minute. I hope he comes back. I really do. I actually found myself, in my chair because of how poor his season last season was. Let's be honest. Just the one quarter-final to write home about, and that came in the English Open. That seems like a long time ago. He made 2 century breaks all season last year, Luca. I actually found myself sat in my seat playing him the other week when he was in amongst the balls, wanting something to spark into life, which sounds crazy because I obviously was trying to win, but we all want to see Luca play well.
And your terminology there was spot on. We hope
11.
he comes back and starts to play like his old self. That's very much the case. I certainly do. He's great for the game. But those who say, oh yeah, it's only a matter of time, there are no guarantees, not in any sport.
Not at all. And just because you've been there and done it and got the T-shirt, he's been world champion, he's been world number 2, that gives him no right to get back there again just because of who he is or what he's done. This game is a results-driven business at the end of the day, and it rewards results and consistency, and at the minute he is none of them.
Really disjointed stuff, this, both making mistakes. And the balls also contriving against them.
Yeah, the balls are being cruel, aren't they? But this is what happens, and we all know it. The balls have a funny way of punishing you, don't they? Nasty little things at times. I suppose one of the biggest concerns as far as Luca's concerned is probably the fact he's hit very few good shots today.
Oh. Luca Brissell 4.
Yes, against Hossein Vafai, he was punished. By and large, against Pang, that's not the case. Oh, and that was a very loose one to not get the snooker behind the yellow. Simultaneous struggles, that's the best way to describe this frame.
Yeah, the errors can become contagious, and as you say, that is what's happening. But I think of the two, Luca undoubtedly the more naturally gifted. And when you've got somebody that has got raw natural talent, things can just kick into life with a flick of a switch.
Yeah, he just needs a catalyst, doesn't he?
I just don't think that can happen for Pang because he's a more, drilled professional. He's not got that natural flair that Luca's got. It's a bit more of an effort for him. Luca could just make 50 here in about 2 minutes, no problem. Even with what's gone before.
6.
Well, if you're just joining us, he did clear up with 45 to snatch the first frame on the black, did Brissell. That was a really good effort, started by a bold red to middle.
Nine. Ten. Sixteen. 17. 23. 24.
Pink, one more red, reasonable colour. That's what he needs.
Yeah, the pot on this red may
30.
not be the issue, but his next colour might be tricky. I don't suppose he'll try and do anything with this cue ball, just drop this red in and just try and knock the pink in.
31.
Well, he's not even interested, so he's just going to play the snooker. I can't blame him for that. Another day, if he's feeling better, he gets down, pots the pink frame over, but the facts are Pang Zhengzhou has got a glimmer of hope left in this frame because of that shot selection. If he's going to play the snooker there, Luca, why not just chip the pink to the side rail or get another colour safe? There was next to no value in the shot he played.
And look at these colours, apart from the black, all marvellously open. Remember, if Pang were to miss this snooker, he'd be 35 behind, 35 on. So even with red, black and all the colours, he could only force a respotted black.
Foul. Luca Brissell, 7.
And that was the cardinal sin. The one thing he couldn't do, hit the black, because Pang now needs a snooker. I must say, he's not playing well. He's the king of fluency, Brissell, in this frame, in this match. It's been rather staccato, but you can't fault his application.
Yeah, because at times I can assure you he'll have wanted to leather the cue ball and just smash the balls around, probably put his cue away and get out of here, but it's that acceptance that things aren't going to plan and that professionalism to continue and try. And he is doing. It's not always easy, is it, this game? I know Players like Luca make it look ridiculously easy at times, but it is pretty tough.
Especially if you like him, someone who's been to the summit, the pinnacle of the game. And of course, when he won the World Championship, Brazil climbed to second in the world rankings. Currently 44th. But this frame belongs to the Belgian. Indeed.
Luca Brazil.
Pang Junzhu concedes it was staccato stuff, disjointed. Not much to write home about. But Luca Brazil is 2-1 ahead. If he can win the next frame, this group might take on a little more intriguing flavour. Now, the last time we were over on table 2, it was horrible. The position of the balls made for an extended safety bout. Well, the second frame is now over, and it is one frame each. Lei Pei Fan equalising with Liu Hongyu. Remember, both of those two in Group A have won their first match, so that contest really, really important. Liu Hongyu made breaks of 82 and 66 in beating Zach Surety 3-0. Lei Pei Fan runs of 76 and 97 in beating David Grace 3-0.
It could get even more interest in this group. If this match finishes a draw, and then David Grace beats Liu Hongyu 3-0, Zach Surety beats Lei Pei Fan 3-0, by my reckoning they'll all be tied on points and frame difference.
We'll keep you right up to date as the frames tick by over there. Now Brazil breaks off, looking to win this frame and get 3 points under his belt. What we know now, though, mathematically, Stephen, is that Pang, if he wins this frame and then wins his last match against Vafai, he can only get to 4 points. So he's been eliminated from contention to be in the finals day next Wednesday. As Brazil tries to squeeze through and hits the incorrect red.
Yeah, at the moment, everything is going to plan for Hossein Vafai. But that doesn't mean he'll be sitting pretty and comfortably upstairs just yet, because it's not over. Not just yet.
Indeed not, but for this frame, Vafai will be Pang's biggest supporter. Just can't get anything going. Snooker is difficult enough hitting one ball into another to pocket. When you've got 3 involved and the distance between the 2 reds there was large, that was an excellent shot.
Well, he's taking this red on along this cushion, and that tells us how he's feeling. He's just desperate. That's all it is. Desperation to try and get something going. Anything. But when it's not happening, it's not easy to find. As you can see.
In all of our discussions about the different machinations within this group, we've forgotten Ian Burns, actually, won his first match, 3-1 against Pang. If he were to beat Brissell next time out, maybe he could move into the reckoning.
Yeah, I think Ian will be pleased, actually, because he's up next, isn't he, against Luca. He's already dispatched the bad back card. And watching Luca Brissell struggle out there will fill him with confidence, actually.
Yeah, and you know, we were saying about a draw here would see Vafai top the group. Hang on a minute. At the moment, Burns has got a level frames won lost record. He's got 3 points. If he wins his last match against Brissell, 3-0, he'd be +3 and he'd be on 6 points. If then Vafai lost 3-0 to Pang Junzhu, he'd be on 6 points +2. So Ian Burns, actually, even with a draw here,
15.
could theoretically deny Hossein Vafai.
Yeah, all three of them were in contention still. Pang, Luca and Ian. But obviously one of these two is going to be out of contention depending on the result of this match because they're playing one another.
Yeah, so Pang's out. We know that. He can only get to 4 now because he can only get a draw here having lost his first match.
It's still very much advantage Hossein because he's got the 2 wins, and of course if Ian does the business against Luca, he's still relying on results, which is not
23.
a good place to be, but you never know in this format, and that's exactly what Ian will be hoping for. All he can do is take care of business in the next game and then wait and see. Put it this way, if Ian Burns wins the next game 3-0 and Hossein Vafai loses 3-0 in the final game, all of a sudden Ian's back will be brand new. It'll be absolutely fine and he'll be cartwheeling out of this venue, Phil. But anyway, that's all to come. Stay tuned to see that.
And with each ball that Pang pots, with every point he goes ahead in this frame, it looks as though these two are going to cancel each other out.
$39.
Got some revs on that cue ball with lots of running side.
46. $47.
The black and one more red will do. And that was so heavy-handed.
Well, heavy-handed or not enough, either way, he's landed in no man's land. Oh, it's cost him. Goodness me, what a mistake again.
54.
you could hear the cue, you know, when he's rubbing his hand along it, just how sticky and humid it is out there. It's very easy to mistime balls, and what we've seen is Pang just mistimed that black off the spot, quite badly in fact. He's got the world in terms of an area to play into to be on that red.
And now, could Brissell end the match like he began it, with a terrific clearance? This would shake things up.
Yeah, just checked out the two reds directly above the black. They're close to a plant to this left corner. Not close enough for Luca's liking, so into them.
8.
He does have leeway with points, so doesn't have to rely on potting the black. If the black goes in here, he's 52 behind with 59 on. And that leeway will come in handy, considering the position of the red close to the ball cushion.
16. $17. 24. 25.
So if he wins this match 3-1.
$32. 33.
Well, it's a valiant effort.
39.
Don't know whether he's aware of the group table, but even if he clears, heroic it would be, but not enough. And he's not going to clear anyway. He wanted to concede there, but of course you can't. If you don't need a snooker, you would be fined.
He'll offer his hand at pace here. He may as well be right next to Pang Zhengzhu and just shake his hand.
Pang Zhengzhu.
Yep, they've cancelled each other out. It is a 2-all draw, and so Group B here on Table 1 will come down to 2 players. Hossein Vafai in a very strong position, but Ian Burns could yet mathematically do it. Next up on this table, it is Burns against Brissell.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So one thing we do know is that Luca Brissell and Pang Zhangzhou have been eliminated from this year's BetVictor Championship League. Neither of them can now progress to the third stage of this tournament. Now, there is a little interesting subplot here. It's very much advantage Hussein Vafai, clearly, as the table suggests, but there is a way and a universe in which Ian Burns can win this group. First things first, he's got to win this game 3-0. That is the only result he can take. And then he's got to hope that Hussein Vafai loses his final match 3-0 and Ian Burns will be our champion. But as I say, very much still advantaged Hussein Vafai.
Yeah. First frame, Ian Burns to break.
We've been crunching the numbers in between matches and we're pretty confident of our findings in terms of the group. And the frame difference is the only way that this can work in the favour of Ian Burns. He has to win this game 3-0. We know Luca Brissell is eliminated and perhaps he's now going to free up. It's been a disappointing day at the office. That is probably the understatement of the century. He's been shocking today and that's a shame because you come here with such high expectations after winning phase 1 with such confidence. It just hasn't happened. It's been a real struggle. Mark Davis alongside me again. You can only take care of your business when you're at the table, and that's what Ian Burns has got to do here.
Yeah, that's right. He's not in a great situation here, but like I say, you can only do your own job. He's got to try and win 3-0, give himself a tiny chance of getting through the group, and then see what happens in the last game. At least make it go to the last game.
Hold on to your hat.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be many safety shots here in this match. Judging from that shot, you can. It's not a brave guess, to be honest. I don't know, they look to plant anyway. But there you go.
Still 1.
I thought he might have taken that on since he can't get through, but professional stuff.
In a way, it's worst case scenario, isn't it, for Ian? Because he knows he's got to get the result. It's got to be the perfect one. But because Luca now knows his fate, his arm's just going to free up. He's going to go for his shots without a care in the world, and inevitably they'll probably start going in.
Yeah, I mean, I think Luca plays like that regardless, to be honest. But yeah, could be interesting to see how this turns out, this one. Obviously, Luca hasn't got anything to play for. When I'm saying that, obviously, if finishing third is money, isn't it? So.
Yeah, an extra £2,000, and with it the 2,000 ranking points for finishing third. And even fourth place in this phase 2 carries ranking points, so everyone playing for something today. But of course, the prize is so close. Phase 3 is where things really start to happen.
On the miss, Luca Brissell 4. Back.
This looks better. Just a bit now off the other. He's very wary of going the other side of the red because clearly he'd leave it into an easy pot into the other pocket. So he's always trying to, you know, stay this side, just hit the red full ball, or on the right hand side as we look at it. Actually, it's a good line, the one before. It just seemed to square up a little bit off the last cushion. Yeah, that's good. Good shot.
Yeah, the plan that Luca played to left corner was pretty chaotic, and it's created a few issues on this table. In terms of colours available. Well, is he on this black? He seems pretty happy. And again, this is exactly what Ian Burns doesn't want to see, because he is just going to go for his shots. He's going to throw his arm at a few, and they're probably going to go in.
Yeah, I mean, Ian had no choice there. So he played the shot well. We knew that the plant was potentially one that Luca might go for, but he didn't really have a lot of choice but to leave him that. He still had to make it. But now it's looking a good chance for Luca here.
16.
This format is unique, we know, so the head-to-heads in some ways is irrelevant, but for what it's worth, Luca leads that 6-2 in ranking tournaments. But their most recent meeting went the way of Ian Burns.
25.
So he would have fancied the job coming into this game, but I just think the way this group has gone and the dynamic it now portrays, Luca Brissell is going to free up. We'll see.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Played it well. Got red into the middle. So yeah, obviously Luca's there to win the group and get into the next phase. But you know that 2000, say he finishes third and gets 2000. If that gets him in the Grand Prix by 2000, then he's right to treat this match with respect.
Well, let's not beat around the bush. If that keeps him on tour, Mark, because of his ranking position, you know, he's down at 44th at the minute, provisionally quite lower as well.
Yeah, I know you take that for you bang on there, Steve. You do take it for granted that it's crazy that he could. But listen, if you're in the 40s in the ranking, you've got to be careful. You know, that's just a reality. Like he was last season or a couple of seasons ago, he was down there for quite a long time. And then I think he had a couple of decent runs there and was pretty safe by the end of the the start of the World Championships. But you know, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'm just looking at the provisional end of season rankings, and he's 64th. And that is twitchy bum time, isn't it?
Yeah, that is. I wasn't aware of that, so yeah. So let's put the Grand Prix on hold and try and make sure you're playing next season, Luca.
But he's one of those players, isn't he? Because of that natural raw ability, that things can just spark into life so quickly for Luca. He could well easily go on a mad run, win a big tournament, and then we're laughing about that year we spoke about Luca potentially falling off tour.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, I remember a couple of years ago he was in a similar scenario for longer the part of the season. And I think he was just, look, if I fall off, I'll go Q school and that's it. So I don't know him that well personally, but he doesn't seem the kind of guy who would lose sleep over things like that. He's just playing, and you know the talent he's got. We've got a lot of tournaments on the tour now. He is going to have a deep run in something at some point if he plays anywhere near his game. He's just too good not to, as far as I'm concerned.
49.
Well, the little holding cannon to the reds for the black didn't quite work out. The pink much more difficult. And he's come unstuck. So Ian Burns,
49.
desperate for this game to go his way, and by verdict of 3-0, finds himself 62 down with 75 on. What can he do with this chance?
One.
Yeah, no, you can't see a problem with the 3 reds, depending on where the black goes after he pots it. The other 2 are a little bit more tricky, particularly the one near the middle pocket. It's a chance he didn't expect to have, so bit of a lifeline for him, so let's see if he can take advantage. Shouldn't be an issue even if the black goes on the spot. I think the top red, the red above it should still go, so it shouldn't be a big issue even if it does respot.
8. 9.
A little flick on the red there, which he didn't intend, but he's okay. It might have actually helped him out, because he clearly needs to move the red near the middle. I'm looking a few shots ahead here, but if he could get straight on the black and then leave an angle on that red to just nudge the other red near the middle over the pocket. No, he tried it with that one. Wasn't sure about that one shot, to be honest.
No, me neither. I think your shot, drop the red in, take your medicine, leave the angle from the red to bring the red out. It was just a little bit awkward cueing, wasn't it? His body position didn't look that comfy over the top of that red on the side rail.
Yeah, and he's struggling with his back all day anyway, with Ian, so I think he just wanted it. Yeah, I think he was a bit, just rushed that a little bit.
But yet that silver lining is still there. 51 adrift, 51 remain.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to play the 2 reds on the cushion for obvious reasons. But at the same time, he doesn't want to start risking not hitting the red at all. And then Ian can win. Yeah, he'd be pretty happy with that, I think.
Such a tough safety shot that Ian's played there when you're coming across the diagonal, across the face of a red close to a cushion to catch the thin edge. You very rarely see that shot played well. You always hit it thick. Well, you tend to anyway.
Yeah, you do. You've just got to hit that so much more thinner than you think. Usually you always catch it a little bit thicker. He would do on that particular occasion because he knew he couldn't afford to miss it altogether, which sometimes you can, you can allow for.
Well, Burns has seen enough. He stays in his seat. So Luca Brissell, it's been a disappointing day, but remember there's still prize money for placings, and he's up and running. He's won the first against Ian Burns, and with it dispelled Burns' hopes of progression to phase 3. Now, table 2 It's been an absolute marathon contest between these two players, Li Pei-fan, Liu Hongyu. They've been going for, well, over an hour and a half now, and there's still only 2 frames in. But you can give them the benefit of the doubt. Because of results so far in this group, this looks like it could be, probably should be, the group decider. But that is only if one of the players gets the verdict and takes all 3 points because of results. But there is an interesting subplot. If this match finishes 2 each, David Grace beats Liu Hongyu 3-0. Zach Surety beats Li Pei-fan 3-0 in the final game. They'll all be tied on 4 points, and then, well, we'll have to play rock, paper, scissors or something for who goes through to the next phase, because it's going to get very sticky in terms of the final proceedings. High breaks and all that will come into play. So table 2 still very much alive.
Just depends how attacking Ian wants to be on this safety shot here. I think he's thinking of coming off the pack thick and leaving the white near the yellow pocket to block everything, but there's a bit of risk involved with that shot. So he's siding against it. Yeah, white in a similar spot, but just off the loose reds. Half chance here for Ian. The long red. Try and get around the back of the black.
One.
That was unfortunate there. That's a shocking kiss.
Still plenty for Ian to play for, isn't there? I think, okay, he now can't win this group and progress, but if he was to finish second and also get the win over Luca, which would be nice, if he'd have offered him that at the start of the day, or yesterday, when he was telling me he was in absolute agony with his back, could barely move. He's not been able to practice at all this week. Second place doesn't sound too bad for the ranking points and the prize money. Especially with the quality of player involved in this group.
Yeah, massively underhit that shot. Oh, clear, obviously trying to cover this red. Easily done on a shot like that where you're just trying to... You're not playing toward an object ball, you're just trying to get it down on the cushion. I mean, it's still a poor shot, don't get me wrong, but...
You could hear the sigh from Luca Brissell as he exhaled and left the table. He knew the second his tip made contact with that cue ball, it was short. And again, just illustrates how his timing today has just been slightly off. He's just not quite been at the races. And the trouble is, at this game, on these conditions, you only have to be slightly out and you'll get found out.
I think he played the white shot here, and I think he just got into the white too much. He wanted to go into the other side of that red. You would think he would have definitely been on a red there to one of the corner pockets. Well, they've just got a bit too much action on the cue ball. And just a safety shot from there.
And Burns 6.
It's one of those situations there where Luca played a really poor safety shot because it's way too thick. But didn't leave in anything easy, and he's missed it, and Luca's got a chance out of it.
1.
See that? See that? It's quite common that happens. He'd love to get that black on the spot as soon as he can. Would make things a lot easier. Well, the pink sort was covered, so the pink's as good as the black, but he's, again, as you said there earlier, Steve, his timing is just not there today. Another example there.
So frustrating as a player. And the byproduct of that is you almost start trying too hard and trying to force the issue, and the game won't allow for that either. It's just a big battle. Proper graft, isn't it, this game, when it's like this?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And it's not something major, it's probably a tiny little thing that even he could get back on a couple of shots, but he's just not been there today and he's not managed to get it back. But you've always got those shots get you out of trouble.
It's advanced snooker, that, isn't it? That is PlayStation stuff from the Belgian Bullet. What a fluke that is. Outrageous. Well, he's about to explode or implode. Look at this again.
16.
The attempted double was wild. And there was a 3-ball plant in there somewhere. It all happened too quick. It's not a criticism at all, it just is what it is, but this format, Mark, dependent on how the group goes, it can accommodate for matches and frames like this. You know, when a player is resigned in their own mind that they can't win the group, and as I say, in their mind they're playing for nothing, even though they are, it can allow for frames like this where, you know, players are just going to go for their shots and throw their arm at them.
It's just not what they're used to. You're normally used to playing. You've always got something to play for. You're always in the match. But obviously in this tournament, where the way the format is, you know, Lucas is not playing for anything. He's playing for monkey point. But as you say, in his mind, he is playing for nothing because he can't qualify. It's just a strange, you know, feeling as a player because, you know, 99% of the tournaments you play is straight knockout and that's it. So any time you're on the table, you've still got a chance of progressing to the next round. So maybe if you had played more tournaments like that, it might be a bit different. But
Yeah, and you're so programmed as a professional snooker player to turn up, you either win and go through or lose and go home. So the fact you're playing 3 matches on a day here, and there's all these different results and permutations to consider while you're out there, as you say, it's just different. But once you start to go, it's tough to get back, isn't it?
yeah, and that's the same in any format team. I should know. And to be fair, this tournament has been on for a good few years, so they know the situation, and he'd be aware that there is still ranking points and prize money up for grabs. It's just, you know, everyone turning up this morning was wanting to win the group, so, but only one person can do that, so you just got to deal with it, and to be fair, just trying to be as professional as you can and try and get the job done. But you're right, once the game's not there, it can be very, very difficult to get it back.
Was this ever an event that you enjoyed any success in, Mark?
I don't think success in any event, Steve, unless it's got 6 reds on the table, mate. Yeah, I don't know. I enjoy it. I sort of mentioned earlier, the reason I enjoy it the most is even though, particularly new players, but even start the season, it just gives you a few games under your belt early in the season to just play some, you know, good players and just get a few matches in the belt rather than straight knockout and you've missed 2 or 3 tournaments and you haven't felt. That's kind of my thought process on it. But no, I've never done particularly well. I'm not sure exactly, but no.
You and me both. As Ian has potted a brilliant long red there and somehow managed to find the perfect flick to the black to knock that into the opposite corner. The things that can happen on a 12b6.
Six. Seven. Fourteen. 15.
You just feel one good positional shot here. You might be able to see this frame out. And it's obvious to get that good positional shot. A couple of heads are covering each other. Well, those 2 heads do go. You can see from that camera angle, I think. So, just about. He didn't quite have the angle to get him that side. Oh, this looks fantastic. What a great shot that
18.
was. Brilliant positional shot.
I love that shot from Luca, with power but such control. It's almost like a little delayed screw he needed off that green. He wants it to go forward a touch to get the line and then the screw to get down the table. Just beautiful control.
Yeah, such a tough shot to judge. That is, you could end up on the black cushion or miles short, or anything could happen there. He's absolutely perfect. He played it. Again, he's showing his cue power there, or whatever you want to call it. He gets that white moving. You called it timing, cue power, call it what you like, but he gets that cue ball going around the table with ease.
33.
Well, he's shown us his repertoire here in this little visit. There is not one shot that this boy can't play. How he wishes they arrived a bit sooner today. Well, it was a great visit, and again Ian Burns offers the concession, so Hossein Vafai definitely guaranteed to be back for phase 3. Results have gone his way this evening, and that's meant that after 2 matches played, he doesn't even need to play his third. He will, but he's going to be our group champion. Table 2, very interesting. We mentioned that this game between this pair, Li Peifan, Liu Hongyu, could potentially be the group decider. Now, that's still dependent on results later on. Still the first match of this evening's session, this game. 2 more games to come. But you can tell it's been a tense-old affair. Both players well aware of the table standings and both well aware that a win here may see them top the group. Li Peifan in control, 2-1 up. He's going to get the chance to get all 3 points. As is always the case at the Championship League, especially now we've whittled the field down. All these groups incredibly tough to call. This one particularly, you could make a case for every player, but at the moment, Li Peifan holds the cards.
One.
Good pot from Luca there. A little bit of an unfortunate kiss, although I think he would have been around about the baulk cushion anyway. Another good pot there.
Three.
I'd be fine to say there's not a pot on with Luca, to be honest, but I think it's safety shot this time.
Oversell. 3.
It's a huge target on the safety shot with those 4 colours there, all close to each other.
Well, it just feels like Ian has invited Luca to nail him behind one of those at least. He can play a bit more of an aggressive safety, thicker off them. It's quite too thick. Now, can Ian find a good one, a good line? Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of swinging it round that way. It feels even bigger of a target.
Yeah, I think that's just the way most players prefer to play that shot, rather than just a straightforward thin shot. They feel they have more control, and it with a bit of bottom and side. figure as 8, as they call it. Not quite got the snooker. Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. Just a fraction there. The difference between having Luca in a lot of trouble and now he's put it in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that is such a classy return from Luca. Giving Ian something to think about. I've never understood why they call it the figure of 8 mark, that safety, because surely a figure of 8, the cue ball's got to come back down to meet the starting point.
I'm not even sure I said it properly, to be honest, but I know it's just...
No, you're right. That's exactly what it's been called for many years now.
Yeah, but it's, good point.
It's quite a niche point, I know.
Yeah.
I'm running out of things to talk about.
Is that where we are, is it? No, I know, mate, but I just said that shot there, they have more control. You are right, it's nowhere near an 8, is it, when you think about it?
It's more like a figure of S, isn't it? It's more of an S shape. Let's try and make that a thing, shall we? It's a good red to find this one left of the pink. That promotes the pink completely. Black is out of play, blue is out of play.
3.
And where will the pink respot? Possibly blue spot.
4.
That's okay.
Yeah, there was, I mean, as again, it's not a shot that's going to get you much applause in a arena when there's a crowd, but played it absolutely perfect. With the pink, like I say, the blue out of play, black out of play, it was so important to get rid of that red.
10.
Because the pink is massively in play now. Even though it doesn't go on its spot, it should be no problem. Getting top side each time.
When you look at all the best break builders in the world, they very quickly identify those balls on a table, don't they? That there's always a couple, 1 or 2, that in getting on those, they might be more difficult to actually get on, but the gamble they take to play on them completely unlocks a frame.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very underrated as well, some of the shots that are played. You know, Ronnie's a master of it, really. You know, in this scenario there with the red just to the left of the black, there'd be a red above it, and he'd
18.
play a blue, and he'd be absolutely perfect, just to do nothing to get the cannon, knock it away, and away he goes. Now, they're massive shots to play. They're not the big, long screw backs or big, long,
24.
you know, long pots that hit the back of the pocket. Little shots like that are just as important.
But I always hear down the club, you know, people, you know, watching the snooker, and they're just under the impression that these top players, when they're break building, they're playing that cue ball onto an absolute specific point on the table. But it's not always the case, is it? Quite often, they're playing into a big area where they do well to fail to find those points.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Normally it's an area you give yourself, you know, you want to give yourself an option, you know, a couple of edge usually. So it's not specific. Sometimes it is, but in general it's like you say, into an area to give yourself a couple of options, maybe more. And, you know, I think the top ones just see it so quickly. It is a big issue as well, so there's no walking around the table scratching their head. They know exactly what they're doing, and they just execute it. It's just in total control of the cue ball as well, which is huge.
And that's exactly what Luca is demonstrating here. He's got that cue ball perfectly top side of this pink each time. Well, Luca can hear what we can hear. There's some disturbance outside, which is, well, we can hear it, put it that way, and we don't need to hear it. So apologies for any language maybe that be coming through the, the TV.
Yeah, you can see they're just playing for the black to the left. Sorry, the red to the left of the black there. So it's a bit shorter pace. But again, the big target is still there with those four colours.
So 45.
In a strong, very strong position here.
One. Round ball. Cover the cell 1.
Well, turning the screw. Could have been forgiven for playing that brown as a pot. He knows he's got Ian Burns right where he wants him. He probably wants to get out of here very quickly, Lucas, so doing all he can to get this frame in lockdown.
On the miss, look over the cell 4. On the miss, look over the cell 4.
Well, the day started so positively for Ian Burns. He kicked things off as the 4th seed in this group with a victory over the top seed Pang Jung-Zhu, but the man of the group, Hussein Vafai, put a stop to that. And ultimately, this result has put a stop to Ian's progression. But a big couple of weeks coming up on the World Snooker Tour. We've got a big set of qualifiers just over a week away. Back here at the Mattioli. Shenzhen Open, British Open, English Open. So good time to start playing well, Mark.
Yep, absolutely. Still early in the season, but these are big events coming up. So sure the players are putting the hours in and preparing well for next week. As you say, 3 sets of qualifiers. Not a massive fan of that, got to be honest. I think, you know, 2 is enough, but that's for another day. I think if you have a bit of form for a week, then they'd love it. But, you know, it's, yeah, all big tournaments.
Yeah, it depends how you do, obviously. If you're flying and you're winning, you want, you know, every event to be back-to-back, don't you? But it does potentially create big gaps in your calendar later on in the season if you don't do very well in the qualifiers. But you know, it's all ifs and buts. If you're winning matches, you're happy, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a long season. There's a lot of tournaments, but you know, there's you know, lose 3 in space of potentially. Hopefully, everyone will win their fair share. But you know, if you ever just don't feel a bit under the weather, you could potentially be out of 3 tournaments through kind of no fault of your own. Saying that will happen, but it's, you know, potentially could.
Luca Brissell just instructing that red to finish in a specific point, but actually it's just travelled on. Not available to the middle pocket. It will be attempted to the corner as another puff of the cheeks arrives.
1.
I think that red just to the left of the black does go. Luca tried to play on it just a little bit earlier. So he would love to be able to get on that at some point.
5.
If for nothing else, it's easier to disturb those 2 reds off the black rather than any other colour.
6.
It's a bit straight to play on it here. Wants to play for the red at the other red, the left-hand side.
Is it worth the gamble now? Play the split.
12.
He's got options here, as Ian. He's trying to pick the right one. Well, he's gone at the reds with pace. How's your luck?
13.
Yeah, I think it was worth the gamble. I mean, he's got a couple of pots, and certainly nothing easy. But the reds have certainly opened up nicely, so you feel one good pot here, he's going to have a great chance to nick the fame. I mean, the pink's the one for guaranteed position. I think the black does cut back, but you're not guaranteed to be on the red. You will go in and out of bulk. I think all or nothing on the pink. Just commit to the pink. But it's easy in here. Fantastic shot. It was the right shot as well. Deserved it. Deserves everything he gets.
19. 20.
It's a big finish potentially this for Ian Burns. If he can take out this frame, he gives himself
27.
a chance. If he loses this match, Luca Brissell goes ahead of him in the table. If he draws it,
28.
he goes ahead of Luca. So there's still, as we say, very much things to play for.
Full. 35.
Well, this is the key shot to the clearance now. Black to yellow. Straight on the yellow is good. If he could just be beyond straight ever so slightly, that would be perfect. And that looks to be spot on.
Full. 47. 51.
Well, he gets his reward for that bravery on the pink, as Mark Davis so rightly said. It was the correct shot.
56.
And at times, when things aren't going well, sometimes it's difficult to stand up and be brave to play those shots. But he backed himself, he knocked it in, and now he needs to knock in pink and black. But he hasn't managed to do that.
Ken Burns, 56.
And it's been the rest all day that has been catching Ian Burns out. The bad back clearly uncomfortable using that piece of equipment. Well, this frame is worth £1,000 in terms of the group placings.
Frame match.
And it's gone the way of Luca Brissell. A disappointing day for both, but Luca at least will have something to take from this. Ian Burns nursing a bad back. He'll be back, pardon the pun, and hopefully in good spirits and good form for a big set of qualifiers coming up. But up next, we've got our group champion. The Prince of Persia is awarded a victory lap against Pang Zhengzhou. We'll be back in around 5 minutes' time.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open. Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
One group decided, another one bubbling up nicely. Hossein Vafaei has played beautifully today. Definitely the pick of the bunch. He's been fluent, heavy scoring. He's got 6 points out of 6. Luca Brissell, 4 points, but his campaign is over. So too Ian Burns. Pang Junzhu could still have a reasonable day if he wins this match. But in terms of topping the table, there is no stopping snooker's Prince of Persia, Hossein Vafaei, guaranteed to be in the last 8 on Wednesday. Now let's have a look at table 2, because this is really intriguing. Lei Pei Fan and Liu Hongyu have just played out a marathon match. It took well over 2 hours for them to arrive at a 2-all draw. So they've got identical records, 4 points from 2 matches. They're both +3, and so what happens in the last 2 matches of the group will be of great importance. Liu Hongyu stays on table 2 to take on David Grace. In fact, they've just begun. If Liu were to win that one 3-0, 3-1, well, pressure then would be on Lei Pei Fan to have a positive result against Zach Surety in the closing match of the day. And you can see all of the action on table 2 over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Here, it's Pang playing for pride and for maybe some extra prize money and ranking points. But in terms of the group, Mark Davis, the job is done for Hossein Vafaei.
Yeah, he's played very well today. Very impressed with him. I mean, we know how good a player he is anyway, so I shouldn't be that surprised. But scored heavy, and yeah, by far the better player in this group. So it's a bit of a strange feeling for Hossein here. He knows he's already won the group, so interesting to see how he sees this match. There you go. Carried on from where he left off. He's put some great long ball today, Phil.
Yeah, been exceptional, he really has. Now free of the shoulder and neck problems that blighted him for nearly 2 seasons. He was telling us earlier, actually in the players' room, what happened. It was the 5th vertebrae, apparently, that got out of line and caused all kinds of side issues with arm, upper back, shoulder, even the middle finger of his hand, which was shaking.
Yeah, well, it was like a GP surgery up there earlier. We were talking to Hossein and Ian Burns about his issues. I've had back issues as well, so it was all going on. But he was explaining it. It was, kind of terrible.
16.
But it seems he's a lot better now, so that's only a positive.
Yeah, all came out of nowhere. He said he still occasionally, when he wakes up in the morning, suffers a certain amount of symptoms, but they are now fully controllable. And he's fully controlled this group.
$24. $25.
Well, Mark, he's won the group. No pressure. What about that being an environment for a 147?
He's a little bit short on this red than he would have liked, but you know, if this goes right, he could be on. He played out very well. It's gone over. I know, looking a little bit forward here. It's gone over towards the cushion, but the others are in pretty good position. I think he'd definitely go for it. He's already won the group. Why not? He did play that really well, that red. Controlled it perfectly. Couldn't really control where all the reds were going to go. Unfortunately, one's gone towards the cushion, but it's not terrible. He gets behind that. They should be quite comfortable. Decent chance, Phil, this one.
Yeah, had a chance earlier on, actually, in the last frame against Ian Burns, made 64.
48.
8 reds, 8 blacks before completely surrendering position.
Just in 2 more how to play this to get on the black. This might just be a side cushion, black cushion. Now for the black. Obviously avoid the cannon on the kiss on the red. You should be able to play this quite comfortably. Yeah, I don't think that was an issue. I think he was just looking at what the next red was going to be, to be honest, more than the issue with that. Slight angle on the black, so you've got choices here. He's just deciding exactly what you want to do and committing to it.
Knows the territory, made a 147 in the European Masters in July, actually, 2022.
57.
Against Nagon Yi.
So what angle has he got on this red? Can he screw back through the gap? That'd be handy if he can. Yeah, he can. Oh, a little flick, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Must have to play for the red in the middle. Yeah, a little bit close with the black there to do anything too much. This shouldn't be an issue though.
72.
Not that it matters a great deal, but that's frame one. Of course, Sergio Way made a maximum in this tournament just a few days ago.
81.
Yeah, a little bit of a risk there, but he's got the only awkward red out really. So a good pot on the black. And this is definitely on. Oh, it's just a bit tricky.
What a shame. The way he was playing, I really fancied him to get that. That was clearly the linchpin shot. It wasn't easy. Nevertheless, it's another big break, another frame one for red-hot Hossein Vafai. Much slower going on table two, where the second match of the session, the fifth of the group, has only just got underway. David Grace making a very good start against Liu Hongyu. Grace could be a spoiler here. So how about this scenario, Mark? If David Grace won this match, he would finish the day with 4 points. So would Liu Hongyu. Then, if Zach Surety were to beat Lei Pei Fan, he'd have 4 points. So would Lei. They'd all be on 4 points, and it would be all down to frame difference and then high breaks.
I'm glad you worked all that out, Phil. It's too much for my brain to take, I'm afraid. And then it would be a highest break. Who's got the highest break there? Gone down to that.
Lei Pei Fan's made a 97. I think that's it. I think that is the break at the moment. But obviously, lots and lots of snooker to go before that becomes reality.
You just have to play with a little touch of swerve there, touch of right hand side, just to bend the green and just threw it into the red a little bit too much, a bit too thick. It was a good safety shot from Pang to create this chance. It's a pretty good one if you can pot this and get on the black.
One.
I think if you're looking to the red, try and look at there, the two reds on the left to the black, the furthest one, you'd love to have got on that, then that frees the other red to the right of it, which in turn would free the black into both pockets. He's gone a little bit short for that one, and that could be a tricky red to get on down the road as well.
Nine.
Short pace there for the blue. Take it into the yellow pocket.
Of course, we've made the point that this is a dead match for Hossein Vafai. Regardless of the result, he will top the group. But for Pang Junzhu, he can significantly improve his payday if he were to win the last 3 frames.
15.
A 3-1 victory, which is the best he can hope for, would get him to 4 points, level with Luca Brissell. They'd have exactly the same frame difference, 0. And so then it would come down to their head-to-head, which was a 2-all draw. So then it would come down to breaks as to who would be in second place.
23.
And Pang knows he's going to get the verdict there because he's made a 70. Brissell's highest in the 3 matches he's played, and He's completed his campaign, of course. His highest isn't anywhere near 70. So Pang playing for second spot.
30.
It's all real money, it's all ranking points, Phil. It's, you know, going towards the 1 year list Grand Prix tournament. So, yeah, still plenty to play for these guys.
31.
Yes, and conversely, if he were to lose the match or draw, then he would be finishing last in the group. Purcell would be second and Ian Burns third.
He's taken these well up to now. He may have to play some sort of cannon, probably after the next colour. Could be awkward to get on a single red after this ready takes now. Get a nice angle on the black to do that.
$38.
Yep, that's pretty good.
Started the day really well. 70 break from a half chance in the first frame against Ian Burns. Thereafter, though, he was error prone. Lost 3-1 and then drew 2-2 with Luca Bracell in a contest that was predominantly scrappy.
$46.
I think he's just a little bit further than you would have liked there. You wouldn't really want to play another cannon right now, because I think all the reds he needs to win the frame are in the open, but no, you could just go past the red, so it was absolutely fine.
By the way, on table 2, David Grace did win the first frame
53.
from Liu Hongyu, and what's more, he made a potentially very significant break of 101.
$54.
Perfectly played cannon there, open the reds up, perfectly on the red. Just as he played it. And that should certainly be the end of this frame.
62.
Now. Big break on as well.
$69. $70. $77. $78.
Two very clean one-visit frames.
6.
Possible 144 available.
$93. $94. $100.
Can't quite make his highest break in competition, which was 144.
101.
But it's another century to the total, and I would reckon well before Christmas Pang will get to 100 centuries in professional competition. Well into the 90s already.
106. 107. $110. $112.
Cracking break from Pang Junzhu, a break of 112, so he retains hope of finishing in second place in the group. He's on level terms with Hossein Vafai, who won the first frame with a break of 81. High standard stuff. Back over to table 2, where after that century from David Grace in the first frame, the big Yorkshireman is back at the table scoring again in the second. What a tight group this has become. You never expect Mark to win a group with 4 points, but that could be the case for someone today here.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it, but it's happened quite a few times, hasn't it? Oh, do you know what? I thought he might have played the cannon into the pink and red there. I think that was the right shot to play there.
For what it's worth, Vafai trying to protect his unbeaten record this season. He got through Group 18 in the first stage. Beat Florian Nursler 3-0, Oliver Sykes 3-1, drew 2-2 with Fan Zhengyi. So 7 points there.
Correct.
they want a re-rack, and I can understand why, actually. Well, I say they. One of them certainly does. Yeah, both in their chairs, going nowhere. Yeah, so he scored 7 points in Group 18. Today, 6 out of 6. So he's played 5 matches in this tournament so far. 5 completed matches. 1-4, drawn 1. And when he was involved in those qualifiers before this event began, he was excellent there. In the China Open, in qualifying, he beat Marco Fu 6-3. Breaks of 119, 98 and 88. Then he beat David Lilley 6-1, 1-3-2 and 1-2-6, the highlights. Before he moved on to the Wuhan Open qualifiers, where Ben Wollaston was the victim, 5-1. Fafai running 1-2-8, 87, 76 and 62. That's what you call a good start to the season.
That's just the kind of start to the season you want, isn't it? No matter who you are. He's obviously one of the top higher ranked players, but it's still brilliant to have a start like that and playing so well. You know, results are what matters, but if you can play well on top of that, which is clearly what he's doing, it's looking good. Could be a very good season for Hossein.
Yeah, he's world number 28 to start the campaign. The way he's playing, I think he could definitely threaten the top 16. Look at that, Mark.
Amazing pot. Absolutely fantastic. Some of the long reds he's potted today have been absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I agree, Phil. I mean, look, if someone was, if he was in the top 16, there's a bunch of players who are outside that if they were in there, no one would be shocked or surprised, or, you know, and he's certainly one of them. He's a little bit away at the moment if he's 28, but he's more than capable of being the top 16 player. If he keeps on playing the way he is, clearly not just today, but obviously all season by the string of breaks he's been having in the qualifiers, then
9.
he could, you know, could be before we know it, he could be in there.
And you hear this all the time. These days, there are more than 16 top 16 players out there. Maybe 32 or even more.
Yeah, there is, yeah. There's certainly a group that if they're in, as I say, no one would be surprised and no one would have a problem with it. And it's just the strength in depth is, you know, very strong. Said it earlier, and it is. You know, that's the elite level there. But even going down the rankings, there's still very, very strong players that, you know, if they were in the top 32 or top 48 or whatever, you know, no one would be surprised. But there can only ever be those positions at any one time.
24.
Well, after the re-rack, that's 3 reds, 3 blacks. And we're here again.
He's had a few today, and he chances again. I don't want to say too much, but again, you know, there's a few reds blocking each other, but they're pretty good. Kind of how you'd want them, to be honest.
32.
You can't ignore it, Phil, can you? You've got to talk about it if it's on. We don't want to bock him or anything, but, you know.
33.
Yeah, there have been certain times when I've commentated on a 147 where you feel like calling it after a couple of reds.
When you've been, you know, commentating as long, you know the kind of pattern of the balls, and you know maybe the player involved as well, that they're more likely to stay on the black. So yeah, you can have a good idea early on. It's kind of really only when he's played the red there and opened the pattern, got on the black, when that normally needs to happen at some point in the break. So once that goes well, then it really is on usually.
Yeah, you're right, patterns, but also situation. This situation is tailor-made for an attempt at a 147 because there's no jeopardy.
Absolutely, yep. Even if he ends up in the bulkhead, he can still go for the black because he's, you know, the match isn't particularly important. He's already topped the group, and that was his objective for the day, and he's already done that. So he's just come a little bit straight on the black. Yeah, you can see they might just run through and play one of those reds in the middle on the right hand side. Yeah, he's played it as well as he could. That's fine.
56.
The middle always are, they're always tight in the middle pockets. Always tricky little shots.
$57.
And that's perfect. You'd love to just play maybe between those two reds there. The 3 reds and the 2 reds right in the middle of them, and just trying to skim one of them. Really open everything up. Yeah, just like that. What a shot.
He's had 3 obvious chances to make a maximum. This is the best of them.
$65.
Oh dear. Disaster.
72.
He was just trying to go. Just get past it. The only even remotely, there wasn't even a tricky bed. I think he just saw it as the one that wasn't right in the middle of the table. And he's just trying to play on that, and he's just called it when he's trying to run past it. And he's got, I don't know, it's even a plant on. I don't know what he can play here. Trying to double or cut the red in.
And of course, Brissell and Ian Burns hoping he plays safe. No chance of that. Come on. Oh, what a try. What a try.
72.
A break of 72, but let's do the maths here. 6 reds still on the table, therefore 75 available. It could be a joint 147. 72 for one, 75 for the other.
Yeah, just proving what you said earlier. Obviously, he would never have played that shot if it was a live frame, and there were obviously any other scenario, really. He wouldn't have played that. As much as he'd love to get a maximum, the frame would be the priority. But clearly in this situation, it's not. So he took a risk there. You can't blame him. But he's left them. He certainly left them really good for Pang here to finish the job.
9.
Not saying you see this often, that would be an exaggeration, but you certainly see it crop up now and again where someone takes 9 reds, 9 blacks, fails, and then the other guy dishes.
I'm struggling to see him not clearing up here, if I'm honest. The reds are absolutely perfect. All the colours right in the middle of the table. I'd be more surprised if he didn't clear up than if he did.
He's not obligated to pot blacks either.
Well, he is, because we want to see it. So he should really do it for us, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he's not thinking that way. He's thinking about the extra dough.
$25.
Yeah, I couldn't see him playing the black on the last red. I mean, what does he need? He could play the blue, couldn't he? If he takes the black with this one, which he's not going to do because he's a bit short, so... Okay, he takes pink or blue, but he's just got to be careful on the last red. He's going to need a high value colour. 40 behind. If he takes the blue, he's going to need the black off the last red. So maybe try and play for the pink, I would suggest. Make things a little bit easier.
33.
It's not perfect. He's got enough of an angle though to come round
39.
or sort of 3 or 4 cushions and get back up for the pink or black. I mean, you can tie with the blue, but you won't play for the blue. You play for the pink or black. He's played it pretty well. You can have an angle on the black. Not perfect though.
What a good shot. What a perfect shot, actually.
47.
He's a really good player, this guy. I've played him a few times myself, so very impressed him every time. But his ranking tells you how good he is.
49.
He's only going to get higher, I think. I mean, they were there, yeah, but again, you've still got to take him, and he's done very well.
52. $56. 61. 67. 74.
In that frame, first, it was the subject of a possible 147. Then, it was all the talk about the clearance. Superb stuff from Pang, who's trying to maximise his income from this group. And he leads the group winner, Hossein Vafai, 2-1. Over on table 2, David Grace very close to a 2-0 lead over Liu Hongyu in the 5th match of the day in that group. So one more to come. Lei Pei Fan against Zach Surety. 35 in front, 35 on. Liu had a really good chance a few moments ago before we joined it. And he wobbled a black off its spot in the top left-hand pocket and hit his cue on the table in abject frustration. He made a really good start to the day, beating Zach Surety 3-0 with breaks of 82 and 66. But then a 2-all draw in that marathon with Lei Pei Fan, and now he's in a spot of bother to say the least.
Frame 4, Hossein Vafai to break.
Well, this match has been a cracker in terms of standard, Mark.
Yeah, very few balls missed. And then when they have, they've been punished. 2-1 visits first 2 frames, and that one was 2 on a maximum, and then he walks in and clears up. Very high standard. Another great red.
1.
Such good long potters, these guys. Nothing safe. Would have liked a little bit of a bigger bounce. Bit of a cutback this black. He's just got to aim. He's a little bit thinner. You see him miss thick a lot. A little bit thinner than you think. Yeah, he played well. It's a bit unlucky. I'm sure he's on a red. Might have a red in the middle, maybe. It was a good pot. judging from his body language, he's not on the red in the middle. A bit unfortunate that. He thought he'd just score off that red and he'd be on the red he's just played.
8.
So this frame matters not a great amount to Hossein Vafai, but it matters an awful lot to Ian Burns, to Luca Brissell, and of course to Pang. If Vafai can win this frame and draw the match, well, Pang would finish on 2 points. Ian Burns has 3. Luca Brissell 4. But conversely, if Pang were to win this match, he would be on 4 points. 1 defeat, 1 draw, 1 win, joining Brissell on that number. He would have a level frame difference, which has got what Brissell has. So then it would come down not to points, not to frame difference, to their head-to-head, which was 2-2. Then it would come down to their high breaks, and Pang stormed that. But first, Vafai's got a miss.
Yeah, you got a lovely kick. Good pot on the first red, but you got a lovely kiss to finish on the black. That was very nice. So there's a very good chance here. The way he's been playing, you expect him to score heavy. He has been all day.
Quickly confirmation, it is 2-0 to David Grace over Liu Hongyu on table 2.
15.
So a strange scenario, Mark. It's consequential, this frame, for 3 players, but not the one who's at the table.
It's a horrible feeling. As I say, it's a bit of a strange scenario, but when you are in this situation, you rely on another player to do you a favour. Obviously, you know, the other guys want Hossein to win this frame. It's not nice because you're not in control of it. And as I said, the one that's playing it is enough to play for, but he's been very, very professional in this match. He's not taking liberties. He's you know, played attacking as he has done all day. He's played the right shots.
Yeah, apart from on the 147, but that was because he was on the max.
Yeah, that was a bit different. We let him off on that one because you can't blame him for trying to take a bit of a risky shot there in that scenario.
Lovely pot. Considering this is a really short format, how about this from Vafai today?
38.
He's made a century and 7 other breaks over 50.
Yeah, he's been excellent. I'm not sure if anyone else has played as well as he has in any of the groups. I'll be surprised if they have. There's some really good players in this tournament, but he's, you know, even some of the frames he's lost have had to clear up. Ian Burns done it in one of the frames, and Pang just done it in the last frame. So even some of those frames he could have won. He's played very, very well. Very few mistakes.
Yeah, which augurs well for his chances next Wednesday on finals day.
It was always tricky. They were all kind of blocking each other, those reds. So we had to play some kind of cannon, and it's not really worked out, unfortunately. don't think there's anything here other than a safety shot.
Hassan Wafai, 44.
Only good one. He might have forced Pang into going for this red. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't. They normally put the blockers on him, but they're normally very good at this kind of shot, these Chinese lads. That was a good effort.
Well, at least for Pang, the green is blocked Vafai's path to the very easy red. So this, yeah, he's been potting well, but this could go astray.
Yeah, that was massive. If he can get to that red to the green pocket, I think this frame's over and the group's done and dusted. It was a much harder red he's had to play there.
One.
If they're monitoring this, Brissell and Burns will be wondering what Vafai has got to do to win.
Yeah, he played that nicely, exactly as he played. He knew he couldn't get to the, you know, cannon the red's full ball, so he knew he could only hit the side of him, and he was going to be on the red he's going to play now. Played that very well.
Seven.
Undoubtedly, Mark, his best performance of the day. It's been, in terms of topping the table, just a little too late.
Yeah, he's played pretty good here. I was saying he's been excellent himself. He's given himself a very good chance here now.
15.
I think those two reds together on the right, I think one of them will go in the middle, the top one. So if that's the case, he's going to play any kind of cannons. No, he's just tried to, yeah, okay. He just tried to flick them, and that's fine. I think the red went in the middle anyway, but now the bottom one goes in the same red as, same pocket as this red.
$24.
Just for your information, and I think very, very sensibly, as you might expect from our excellent tournament director, Marcel Eckhardt, he's made the decision to move the last match on table 2 over to table 1, which is Lei Pei Fan against Zach Surety. So that will come on this table at the end of this contest. Now, there will be no commentary on that, but if you want to see that match, and it could be a very important one for the group, it will be on the table 1 stream. No.
No, he put 2 reds in one shot just now, and he didn't really want to do that. So he had to play, he played a good pink, had played with a lot of check side to even get that well on the red. So he just slightly lost position, and that was always missable, that red.
1.
Just a fraction out of position, Phil, and it escalates, and you end up leaving yourself a very missable shot. Just so important to be as tight as you can.
Yeah, Hossein Vafai not especially bothered, but Ian Burns and Luca Brissell, no doubt, very happy.
They are, yeah. They're telling him slow down, keep focused. But now listen, you never know where they can finish at the end of the season. Tour survival, Grand Prix, whatever. Finishing those extra spot or two. And as I say, Hossein's done the job here.
16.
He'd already won the group. He could have been, you know, gone for absolutely everything, which he's not done.
17.
Very impressive day, Phil. He's played excellent.
Yeah, one of the best displays of the whole tournament. And it's ominous for the rest when we get down to next Wednesday and the final two groups, if he remains in this kind of touch.
24. Yeah. 26. Yeah. 29. 33.
And so still unbeaten for the season, Hossein Vafai. Playing some very attractive snooker.
38. 44. 51.
Synergy here because Hossein Vafai won his first stage group with 7 points. He wins the second stage group he's involved in, also with 7 points. 2 wins and a draw for him. Lots and lots of big breaks. Luca Brissell is confirmed in second spot. Ian Burns, despite his bad back, valiant effort that from Ian. He finishes in third place. And Pang Junzhu, I'm afraid, finishes fourth, but at least in the second stage you do receive some prize money for finishing last in the group. In his case, it's £1,000. Vafai, though, moves on, and come next Wednesday, I think he might take all the beating, considering the form he's displaying at the moment. So, play still goes on table 2. David Grace 2-0 up on Liu Hongyu. You can see that on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. As for table 1, there's still some bonus action to come. Lei Pei Fan against Zach Surety in the same group as Liu Hongyu and David Grace. That's a really important contest, potentially. And you can see that on the stream that you're watching now. There will be no commentary, though, so it remains for myself, Phil Yates, on behalf of Mark Davis, and indeed Stephen Hallworth, to say a very good evening. Before I go, let me just tell you who's playing tomorrow. In Group C, it is Dylan Emery, Gary Wilson, Stephen Maguire and Stan Moody. Stephen Maguire, the defending champion. Very attractive group, that. And in Group D, the likes of Zhou Yulong, Scott Donaldson and Nopon Sankam. Also, the Ukrainian Yulian Boyko. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for action from both of those groups. For now, though, it's a very good evening.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
West. West. The first frame. Zach surety to break. Taipei fan 3. One. Eight. Nine. $14. $15. $22. $23. $30. $31. $36. $37. Zach Surety, 37. Play payphone 1. One. Six. Seven. Twelve. 13. 19. 20. 26. 26. 6. Seven. $14. Lay pay fan 14. Wow. Lay pay fan 4. Security 1 and the frame. You've got a sticker. The second frame. Lay pay fan to break. One. Security 1. One. Eight. Nine. $16. 17. $24. $25. $30. $31. $36. $37. $43. $44. $51. $52. $57. Zach Surety, 57. Green ball. Zach Surety 1. One. Eight. Nine. $60. $17. Zach Surety 17 and the frame. The third frame. Zach surety to break. Ball. Touch the ball. Touching ball. Foul and a miss. Lay pay fan 4. Lay pay fan 1. One. Lay pay fan 1. One. Six. Seven. $14. $15. 22. Zach Surety, 22. One. Eight. Nine. Sixteen. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33. $40. $41. $48. $49. $55. $56. $61. $62. $69. $70. $77. $79. $82. $86. $91. $97. $104 in the frame. Lay pay fan. the fourth frame. Lay pay fan to break. One. Four. Five. Seven. Eight. $15. 16. 23. Lepe fan 23. One. Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. $22. 23. 30. 31. 38. 39. 46. 47. 54. 55. 62. 63. 70. 71. 76. 77. 83. 85. $88. $92. $97. $103. $110, the frame. Lay pay fan.